It looks like we're just waiting for Councillor Blackwell and Councillor Steinhoff Gray. Do you see them on there? Nicole? Looks like we're just waiting for Councillor Blackwell.
Sorry, I was just trying to get the live stream going. So is Councillor Steinhoff Gray is not on. And neither is Councillor Blackwell or Prenger.
So Prenger did send her regrets.
Okay.
Councillor Hinchberger, did you want to test your video on your mic?
Testing.
Oh, we can hear you.
So your video, it looks like the camera is closed up at the top of your laptop.
Thank you for that.
There
Perfect.
you are. So Mayor, we're just waiting for Councillor Blackwell and Councillor Steinhoff Gray.
Councillor Blackwell is logging in shortly.
Oh,
Just
okay,
got a
there we
message
go.
from her.
And Councillor Prenger sends her regrets. Did you want to do a quick test, Beth?
Good morning. Thank you. Apologies for
Awesome.
being late.
Thank you. We're just waiting for Councillor Steinhoff Gray, but we do have quorum.
Have we ever thought of maybe rescheduling this meeting? It's so important to be face to face in one of these larger meetings that we're going to approve budgets. It's just not as effective on Zoom once you get past a couple of hours.
Yeah, appreciate that comment, Councillor Stewart. We had that broad discussion with some of the other members, and there were just as many scheduling challenges going ahead as you know, this establishing this when this one had been planned and people had kind of built their schedule around it. So I appreciate the comment. I would much rather be at the municipal office than here, believe me. But you know, even if we make some progress, if we don't get to the end result, that's unfortunate, but we can still make some progress today based on people's schedules. So thank you for that.
And I agree with you, I guess, but you know, I think that the final approval probably should be done at a face-to-face meeting. And maybe we can schedule that in February and have that part of our agenda, just so we have the final comments and then we do a final approval face-to-face. To do an approval of this magnitude on a Zoom meeting, we can move ahead, we can have a working session, but final approval should be done in the council chamber with all the members as much as possible. And so we can do the final approval, in our first meeting in February. Thank you.
We are live now.
I'll speak to that as part of the agenda, councillors. All right, time to begin, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call this special meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Kincardine to order at 9:04 on January 27, 2025 in the council chambers not in the council chambers, council chambers online here this morning. Councillor roll call this morning. Deputy Mayor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Blackwell.
Present.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Hinchberger.
Present.
Councillor Prenger. Councillor Prenger. Councillor Steinhoff Gray. Counselor Steinoff Gray, Counselor Stewart,
Present.
Counselor Williams,
Present.
Counselor Williams.
Present. Can you?
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
Counselor Kavanaugh with the land acknowledgement statement, please.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. On this windy and snowy day, we are gathering together virtually, spread out along the shores of Lake Huron, which has been the site of human activity for many thousands of years. We wish to honor the ancestral guardians of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewa of Nawash Unceded First Nations and the Chippewa of Saugeen First Nations, who were the first to inhabit, care for, and live on this land. Today, many Indigenous peoples continue to call this land home. As an organization and as individuals, we at the municipality of Kincardine are dedicated to learning and acknowledging Indigenous history and culture and are committed to actions that move us towards a journey of truth, healing, and reconciliation. We recognize and deeply appreciate the contributions that Indigenous peoples have made, both in caring for these lands and in strengthening and shaping this community.
Thank you. So once again, I'd like to remind any councillors to disclose any pecuniary interest now or as it arises in the meeting and the general nature thereof. So move on to the business for which the special meeting is called, and that is to address our 2025 municipal budget. Being online certainly does provide some challenges. I will try to attend the screen as much as I can to watch for hands or emojis or facial expressions, those sorts of things. If I'm not trying to intentionally miss anybody, but if I do, please just unmute and let me know. Communication does become slightly congested, so if the argument you were going to be making has already been made, there's no issue with going on and say, yeah, I support that argument, but then moving on. It is, the meeting slows down dramatically anyway online, so we'll try to do the best we can. So if I might, I would like your concurrence, if you would please. We have a few motions here that we were going to deal with in regards to the budget. If you would please, I'd like to address, the specific motions that are on the agenda, which deal with capital expenses first. The ones like, so that's like 3.1B, 3.1C. Then if there are any other specific capital motions that you need to express, that would be the time for them. I'd like to wrap up the capital, and then we can go back and consider the operating, because there may be operating expenses that are affected by the inclusion or elimination of any particular capital operation. So if that is acceptable, following that, we'd have, the final discussion as it's indicated in our agenda. And then we would, in agreement with Councillor Stewart's recommendation, we would perhaps direct staff to draft or to present a draft bylaw at a council meeting. We would instruct them to draft the draft bylaw, and then it would come back for final approval at a in-person council meeting when weather permits. Are there any concerns about that approach, or might we be able to proceed in that manner? Deputy Mayor, what do you think? Is that a reasonable path forward?
Yeah, I have no issue. I think if we, as you've said, if we can sort of push along as much as we can today, and then quite content that if it comes back to a regular council meeting, we can look at it, make final comments on the record. I take Councillor Stewart's point, but since we have this day set aside, let's see what we can get through.
All right, seeing no further comments, we'll move on to item 3.1B, which is the motion to reconsider the 1010 Broadway Street multi-use path. We have a motion that the motion to defer item 1010 Broadway Street multi-use path until the 2026 budget be reconsidered. That was moved by Councillor Williams and seconded by Councillor Blackwell. And, you know, just as we review the procedural bylaw, a debate on a motion to reconsider. This is from 27(1)(f) in our procedure bylaw. It's a debate on a motion to reconsider shall be confined to reasons for or against reconsideration. There'll be no discussion of the decided matter proposed to be reconsidered. So it's like an appeal to a motion. If you have new information that was not presented at the original council meeting, or if there was a procedural lapse that would cause the decision to be skewed one way or the other, those are the reasons for reconsideration. But whether we have the original motion back or not is not up for discussion. It's just contained to the discussion about the motion to reconsider. So Councillor Williams, if you would, please.
Sure. Can you hear me? All right.
Yep.
So just for, I'm not sure if my rationale fits within that, but I will provide one and maybe we can confirm if it does through you. So essentially my request to reconsider the deferral of the item was during the meeting when we talked about it, there was additional pieces that got added around a crosswalk, this idea about this broader path network, things that started to kind of complicate the issue at hand. And we did have a lot of public concern after that meeting. And my request to reconsider the deferral is largely around the imminent inherent safety risk that comes with delaying the decision, given that the route is well traveled and that there's significant safety concerns with delaying the sidewalk itself as a project. So I'll just kind of leave that there. That is the reason why the request for the deferral, not deferring the project anymore, has been brought forward. And I guess I will seek confirmation on whether or not that's a justification.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any other comments regarding this motion to reconsider? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, I understand that there was a lot of social media on safety, but I believe that our staff informed us at the meeting that it was safe. So are we going against what the staff thinks is safe, that the public thinks unsafe? So it's really hard to switch sort of our vote on this one and not defer it when the staff already said that the path existing is safe.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Let me put my hand down first. Thank you, through your mayor. I have a question here. Just if this resolution should pass, what does it mean for the project? It goes through, or we're just. And then my second part was, are we reconsidering what was the original $265,000, or are we reconsidering the amended $565,000? Because that affects my position on this.
The response would be that the motion was to defer the original motion presented by municipal staff, which was the $546,000 project alone, no safety crossing or anything like that. So that was. It would just be the brand new, it would be the original motion that would come back to council for consideration.
Follow up, if I might.
Please.
Yeah, well then, like for me, a couple of things. My position is I would have supported the original 265,000. I don't support the expanded 565,000. I know my numbers are off by a few tens or anyways. I'd just like to point out is that there was reference made in the previous discussion about the London fads. We did adopt the London fads. The London's use of the fads itself, there's like a limitation based on whether something's technically feasible to do. And when we passed our resolution, we also included that where it is economical in order to do that. And my view is that something should be done along that section of Broadway Street, but not the $565,000 option. Thank you.
Once again, we'll kind of keep our comments as best we can to not the original motion, but why we should reconsider it. What new information do we have in that regard? Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I just wondered if Councillor Williams could highlight whether the recommendation for reconsideration, what elements she felt was new information that was received, and whether or not any of that new information outside of this, I think you mentioned safety, but whether there was any considerations about funding as well, or if it was just safety. And if you could just specify what was the new information that led you to bring this motion.
Sure, thank you through you.
Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you through you. During the discussion, at the time of the meeting, during the discussion, what I found led to the deferral was there was a discussion on a crosswalk. We didn't know how much that would cost. There was a discussion on a number of other things that I felt complicated the matter at hand, which made council defer the decision, not being aware of any additional costs that might be related to the project, which after the meeting, looking back at it, I felt that the project itself, the safe passage or the sidewalk got, for lack of a better word, distracted with other additional pieces that got added to the dialogue at the time. I just want to ask Mayor, just in terms of process, just to Councillor Hinchberger's point, if the decision is made to bring the item back onto the agenda, I have to assume there's still an opportunity for dialogue on this scope. Like right now, the question is whether or not it comes back, and then once it is back, is there an opportunity to discuss the scope at that point?
When if this motion carries, then the original motion comes back onto the agenda, and council is provided opportunity to address the intent or scope at that point. Councillor Stewart, are you there for comments, sir? You had your hand up. Councillor Stewart, you had your hand up.
The reason for it looks like that we would even consider this as a safety issue, and that would be directly against what our staff told us. And that would be very interesting, because I believe the staff said the existing path right now is safe. And that's why we said, well, let's defer it until we figure out where the new school might be and everything else. So I haven't really heard any arguments other than maybe social media saying it's unsafe. I haven't heard any arguments saying, why is it unsafe and why is the staff wrong with their opinion?
CAO, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the process question. It's arisen a couple of times. So just to help with clarity on the motion to reconsider, as the mayor's already noted, it requires 6 members of council here today to vote to pass. And then if that were to pass, the motion that comes back to the floor of council is the motion to defer. So the motion to defer the project to 2026. Then the deputy clerk can confirm this, but if it comes back to the table, it is a motion that is not debatable. So a motion to defer, you automatically have to vote on it. So If council passes the motion to reconsider, the motion to defer is back on the table, then there would be a vote on the motion to defer. If the vote to defer passes again, there's really nothing more to discuss. If the vote to defer were to be defeated, then council can decide whether or not to discuss the capital project and get into the various components of that.
Thank you, CAO. We can get the original motion back to the table, but it is a process. Okay, final comments to Councillor Williams, and then we will proceed with consideration of this motion.
Thank you, through you. I just wanted an opportunity to perhaps respond to Councillor Stewart's comments, and perhaps if staff, and if this is a fair question, I don't recall during that meeting staff confirming that the passage as it is considered safe. I have to think, why would we add a sidewalk if it is in the first place? But I would like to receive confirmation that in staff's opinion, kind of, there is no inherent safety risk to the public using the passage as it is.
Can I get either Director of Infrastructure to speak on that, please, or our CAO, whichever. Perhaps the Director to begin, please.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mayor Craig. So just to recap on the safety question and comments from the prior meeting, I believe it was Councillor Steinhoff Gray who had asked the question at the time, and it was directed towards the condition of the surface that's there. She wanted to ensure that what is there isn't a safety concern or risk to people utilizing it. So comments from staff is that what is there is safe to use, but the project is before you because of the need and overarching safety considerations. We wouldn't suggest putting an improved public corridor there for traversing if there wasn't some element to it, but just simply placing concrete and a sidewalk that isn't going to address all of your safety concerns. You're still going to have pedestrians directly adjacent to a roadway that's traveled at 60 kilometers an hour with no buffering and other things. So just a reminder that the master cycling plan did suggest, a multi-use path here. Staff brought what was forward what we did because we felt that exceedance of $1 million was a significant cost to try and add on to all of the budget needs. So, but back to the safety piece, what is there now from a surface consideration is safe to use. That's where our comments were tied to.
Okay, thank you, Director. All right, thank you so much for the, I see your hand, Councillor Stewart, but we're going to move on to consideration, please, here. So we have a motion before us that the motion to defer the multi-use path to the 26 budget be reconsidered. As the CAO commented, as procedural bylaw said, we need 6 votes in the affirmative to carry that. So all members in favor of supporting reconsideration, please raise and hold your hand up so we can tell. 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion does not carry. Okay. Next is the Smart Enhanced Service motion. And it's moved by Andrea Clark and seconded by Mike Hinchberger. The council include $230,000 in the 2025 capital budget for the enhanced accessible transportation services in the municipality of Kincardine, funded through the Community Benefits Reserve Fund. And further, that there be quarterly updates in the community services report of ridership. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I just lost connection last time around. I think this motion at the last meeting was put forward by Councillor Hinchberger, slightly amended, seconded by Councillor Kavanagh when I left. I wonder, I'm happy for, I wonder if the amended motion can be read by Councillor Hinchberger. Is that?
That's appropriate. You may ask for a motion to be read at any time. Would you, Deputy Clerk, do you have the motion before you that we are considering? Or the one that was presented at the meeting, last budget meeting, please? Is it there?
I do not have that. I believe it was added to the tote board. Is that what we're referring
Yeah,
to?
that's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
So that is a significantly different number than what's in this motion here. No. If you don't mind, Councillor Hinchberger was the councillor that presented this. Do you have some comments to establish any changes, Councillor Hinchberger?
I do. Thank you, through your mayor. If we look at the resolution, not the tote board, a couple of things just to note. The number quoted there should have read 200, not 230. 30 of the total is to be funded through initially ridership. Okay, that's one part. At the last meeting, what I attempted to do, and Councillor Kavanagh helped out with this, was to split the cost of this proposal into an operating component and a capital. So what you see before you on the tote board would represent the operating impact on the operating budget of going with a 1-year trial for this. What would still be outstanding would be how to fund the $160,000 for the purchase of the vehicle. So we're kind of caught in between our traditional way of doing this through the resolution and the way in which we used the tote board in the last meeting in order to put forward things to be carried forward for discussion. I'm willing to go in either direction here under your guidance, but.
Well, I thank you for that. I believe that we would be wise to amend the numbers both in the motion that's presented and on the tote board to accurately indicate the intent. So if our financials corporate services department could amend that number, it's supposed to be 40,000.
If I could guide them a bit, if the clerk is looking at the in the votes in eScribe for the resolution, I amend that $230,000 figure to read 200.
Yes.
Okay. Over on the tote board, under row 23, add smart contribution option 1, would add in the capital budget reserve funded of 160. And then you would have them they would be consistent with each other.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Councillor, for that confirmation. So here's the motion that's presented, so that council include 200,000 in the in our budget for the enhanced in the operating budget, then 200,000 for the enhanced accessible transportation, 40 of which are paid through the tax levy, and 160 to come from Community Betterment Reserve Fund. Does that reflect accurately what the intent is, Councillor?
It does. So are we on the floor for discussion here? Is that where we
Yes,
sit?
you were the hint. You were the.
All right.
You get
So this couple points I'd like to make is this looks new, but it isn't from the perspective that we're looking to restore some service that users with smart mobility in the area had prior to COVID but got dropped. One, we'd be leaders, not followers. We'd be the only municipality who's a member of SMART who would be taking this step. Let's get my notes here. So it would improve access to evenings and weekends, largely affecting the social lives of a lot of people who had previously used the service by adding Monday to Thursday, 6 to midnight, and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., which brings into play things that, happen outside of 9 to 5, where people can reasonably expect to do schedule their appointments like church on weekends, sporting events, going to the Legion, or anything meeting-wise that happens in the evening. I mentioned that. The one opportunity here is, I've talked to at least one of my colleagues about this. This vehicle would be based in Kincardine, and it would only be for the use of, at this point, for the people that are Kincardine. One thing I've been aware of in being on the SMART board for a few months is what they call deadhead, which is the percentage of time that smart vehicles drive when nobody's on board, and it's 50%. So this trial, which in the way it's set up, we can go into it and we can always come out of it. The 40 grand, that may to some extent be lost. If we choose to come out of it after a year, you have a depreciated vehicle, but you can declare it surplus and recoup some costs. It's not like building a playground. You're never going to rip it out of the ground and try to sell it to somebody. So there's an opportunity here. There are some concerns about the model for Saugeen Mobility going forward and its challenges with trying to make it work for all the different municipalities. And I think there's an opportunity here if we get some good reporting of usage, et cetera, and statistics, that it might actually facilitate improving public transportation in rural areas, which I know that is something we'll end up doing someday when our population gets big enough. But we need to figure out what works, and we could sit down and put pen on paper and do calculations and estimations, but I'm not sure we can get anything as accurate as conducting an actual trial. Thank you.
I see your hand up, Director, but I'm just going to direct a question to Councillor Hinchberger this time. Can you tell me the extent of the ridership that is eligible for usage within this trial period?
That's an interesting question that you should ask that, because I asked that question at the last SMART board meeting. Do they know how many people in their whole region, and then by extension, or going the other direction, in Kincardine or any municipality would be eligible to actually use that service? And the answer is they don't. So they only know actual ridership numbers. So for what I looked at was they issue a monthly report at the board meetings, and in November and December, we're talking in Kincardine in the area of 30 to 40 people who use the service in its normal hours. There's really no way to know what the uptake would be in these extended things, because you'd have a different type of event or destination for people to going and without doing it. They do have numbers pre-COVID, but for the entire smart ridership, and not to the level of detail that it sounds like you and myself would have preferred to have.
Thank you for that. That wasn't exactly the question. The question is there expanded eligibility for use, or is it only medical elderly can do, as if it's our vehicle, can we expand it to across the board service?
At the outset, no. It would be those who have challenges that result in their physical inability to use conventional transportation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Director, please.
Thank you. Through you, I just wanted to clarify that my understanding was, based on reading the letter, that this is not a municipal asset. This is an asset of SMART, and that they would retain ownership of this. So therefore, it would be something that would be a operating contribution to SMART. It wouldn't become the municipality's asset, and therefore we shouldn't be using reserve funds for this. This would be something that would be typically on the tax rate. I also did want to get some clarity, and maybe I misunderstood, but from the letter that we received November 28th regarding these enhanced services, I have different numbers. Like I have the 200,000 plus the 30. Was there a correction from the 40,000 of the last budget meeting, or I just don't know where the 40,000 is coming from? If perhaps somebody could clarify, I would appreciate that.
I'll take that, Mayor. On the letter outlining the SMART proposal on November 27th, in the financial breakdown, under the 9-passenger van, the last sentence is, after the first year and provided that the 30,000 is recovered through rides, which would be the operating cost, the vehicle would belong to the municipality concarded outright. I agree that there is a little bit of, and when an agreement would be that to sort this thing out, but the expectation is that after the year, the municipality owns the vehicle and not SMART. I don't know when that actual transition is expected to occur. The other part, and my math is, if we look at the 9-passenger van option, go up actually a little. Under financial breakdown, it says the total cost proposed expansion is 230,000 for the 9-passenger van. On the next page, they break that down and they say you provide an initial 200 for Saugeen Mobility that covers the purchase, right? And then they say the remaining, they talk about 30,000 to be covered from ridership. Well, if we're paying a purchase price of 160, they're looking to recover 30,000 from ridership. The 40 is the difference.
Are there any other questions from council members?
So the final breakdown will be expected after year one. The funding would be 160 for the van, 40 upfront from the municipality for operating costs, with an expectation that the remaining 30 out of the total 230 would be funded through ridership.
Okay, seeing Councillor Stewart, please.
I'm still a little confused about the numbers here and everything else in the ownership. We do not want to own a van that we don't operate. We got the liability, but we don't have anything. And where this van is going to be in Kincardine, so do we have a garage? Is it going to be in our garage? Lots of questions. And then the 30,000 ridership, is that the 30,000 coming back to us from Saugeen? Is that the ridership for these hours that we're putting this van on? Or is it from the total ridership from the whole program? I mean, there's lots of ifs and questions on this. I think, to be honest with you, it's a little bit too premature to go ahead and try to fund it. And like our director said, that it looks like, you can't use capital funds to buy a van that's not probably going to be ours, because I'm not sure how we're going to own it and not operate it. It's a very unusual thing for us to do. So I would say we're a little bit premature. We need to understand this before we vote on this kind of, money going forward, because it looks like it's all going to be tax money around $230,000, and that'll be directly with the tax dollars and not the capital funds. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, please. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My comment's really going to be dealing more with both the comments concerning the accessibility. This has gone through Accessibility Advisory Committee. They took the opportunity to do a bit of a ride in a vehicle that's similar of nature. And the purpose really for that is to see what those who are most likely to use this van felt about it. The feedback was overwhelming, and that was that the increase, and we use the term increase, but once again, this is perhaps going back to a level that we had serviced prior to the pandemic, is more than welcomed. I have to agree with Councillor Hinterberger that the actual numbers that we received were the best numbers that they had, that they could provide to us. But it certainly seems from the feedback received from those that are the demographic or the target demographic that they would more than welcome. And going to Councillor Stewart's point in terms of the ownership, it is my understanding that there is to be a transfer of that the ownership does come into the play of the municipality. I have to say that I would be voting in support of this motion. I think as we talk about inclusivity and having a community that's welcoming for all, the additional hours would be something that is important for those who have accessibility issues.
Further comment? Okay, Director, please.
Through you, just a question. So after the 1-year period, do the employees of SMART continue to operate the vehicle on our behalf once it becomes our municipal asset? Or I guess what happens after the 1-year period? Are we obligated to continue the service? Is it our employees that provide the service, or is it SMART? The letter wasn't clear. I wasn't sure if Councillor Hinchberger had more information.
Councillor
Thank you,
Hinchberger.
through you, Mayor. What I would see is that even if this was approved today, the first step is obviously the municipality and SMART are going to have to develop an agreement that will be brought back for council's approval. And as we've noted here, there's some few issues that should be clarified. In the year right now, it's Soggy Mobility drivers are operating the vehicle. It's not municipality of Kincardine employees. I personally advocated that we would own the vehicle because I wasn't confident that at the end of the year, they might actually end up walking away with, if we chose not to do it, with something that was actually of value to us. So I actually pushed for the ownership piece, realizing the challenges come with that. I think there was a third part to your question. What happens after a year? Well, I think that every municipality that's in SMART right now, and Chatsworth is the one they'll use as an example, they're starting to move toward a model where individual municipalities can tailor what they want their involvement in SMART to be. Like, for instance, the Chatsworth was more looking like it wanted an absolute fixed cost that would be paid for by the municipality, and anything above that would be paid by ridership, whereas most of the rest of them are somewhere in between. So what you're going to see is this is the beginning of individual municipalities trying to tailor things towards their specific needs in their municipalities, which, if the mayor can remember, when we were talking, no, you weren't actually there. When I went to the delegation with the applicable ministry for SMART, and this is something that they celebrated, was rural communities looking to seek things that work best for them in terms of SMART, or as the mayor pointed out, eventually moving to a model where ridership could expand beyond those that are currently the only ones who can use the SMART system.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. I'm still a little confused because we don't own the vehicle until a year after. So I just need to understand what motion are we putting forward. And it sounds like to me we're asking, the ask is $230,000 on taxpayers to bring this program this year. Could you just clarify the motion? Because, you know, we're not going to own the vehicle, so we can't put it through capital, so it becomes a tax expense. So is it 230 we're approving?
No, through your mayor, the total is max 200, operating 40, the vehicle 160. I'm not certainly, if it were up to me, I'm not going to put $160,000 toward a vehicle and not own it.
Okay. So we have a
Hold on. Yeah, I understand that, but the motion would say that SMART would own it for the first year, so that would be a $200,000 tax thing. Maybe we can get the treasurer to answer that.
Director, so just to confirm, correct me if I'm wrong, it appears to me that there would be a $40,000 increase, or a $40,000 inclusion in the operating expense, and $160,000 would come from a community betterment reserve. Is that accurate?
So through you, even though ownership transfers after 1 year, it will not be an asset at this point in time. So for the financial transaction to occur, it would have to be raised on the operating budget side. Okay. You could fund it through a reserve fund. Now I did previously remind council that there is a separate resolution that was passed towards the use of the Community Benefits Reserve Fund. So I would caution against using that reserve fund. But you can fund it out of a reserve fund. It just has to go through the operating budget. And then once we actually do retain ownership, then it would be transferred into our tangible capital assets on our financial statements. But until that time, it remains in the operating budget.
So the entirety of the motion, the 200,000 would be on our taxable operating account this year.
So to clarify that through you, it would go through the operating budget. Again, council could fund it through a reserve or reserve fund if they wish, but it would not be on the capital budget.
Okay. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through your mayor. I think I'm imagining one of the tables in the budget document, and this would show up as under revenue, it would be a contribution in from a reserve, and under an expense, it would be going out as a purchase. And if I'm trying my best to understand what the Director of Corporate Services is saying, is that you have to you can fund it out of what is essentially a capital reserve, but it should come in and be processed through the operating budget. Is that correct or no?
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that council include $200,000. And with the director's guidance here, should it be in the capital budget for the enhanced accessible, or just in the budget, in the municipal budget, in the operating budget? Put the words in my mouth, please, Director.
So yeah, so staff can add it to the tote board here for the full amount as a contribution of $240,000 through the operating budget to SMART. However, it's council needs to determine the funding sources. So if it's going to be through the Community Benefits Reserve Fund, then that would not impact the taxes, but the $40,000 would remain as such. So.
Do you have a recommendation which reserve or reserve fund that would come from? Director.
Through you. So the staff recommendation was that it be funded through the tax rate, but it's council's decision.
Okay. So the motion at this point is if we're trying to proceed with this using the guidance of our Director of Corporate Services, it would be that council include 200,000 in the 2025 operating budget for the enhanced accessible transportation services.
Mayor, question.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, where do we put the 30,000 of revenue then? Because there's the part of the motion is that, and this is where I'm getting confused. The 40,000 is going to be on operation, but we're going to be able to collect 30,000 in ridership. So is the net thing $10,000? I'm not quite sure how this is going to go. Could someone explain that 30,000? Because that was part of the in the letter. The 30,000 was going to come back to us as ridership donations.
So it would seem, as Councillor Hinchberger has explained, that SMART is suggesting that there would be approximately 30,000 in ridership contribution. So in response to your question, it would be, in my mind, and our director can correct this, amend it, whatever. So there's $200,000 in the operating budget, but there would be on the other side, there's a $30,000 revenue that we would receive from ridership. Is that accurate, Councillor Hinchberger, Director?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. See if I'll try one more time. I'm not doing a great job. So the 1-year trial, 230 in total, 160 for the vehicle, 70 to operate it. 40 from the municipality of Kincardine, 30 from the riders,
Okay,
all administered by SMART.
okay. 230,000 total contribution.
But 30 from the riders and therefore outside the bounds of, and not it would not be revenue to us. It's
Okay.
going to SMART.
Okay.
Yeah, the project's 270, you're right, and 30,000 is from Smart. So our cost is 240, like you said, Mike.
Okay, there we go. We have a motion before us. Can you put the screen back up with the counselors? There we go. So we
Recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Yeah, CAO, please go ahead.
Thanks.
Sorry, just to interrupt here. Sorry, I just want to make sure that the mover and the seconder, which is Deputy Mayor Clark and Councillor Hinchberger, they're aware that the motion has changed. Let me approve it.
Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hinchberger, you're aware of the amendments of the original motion?
Actually, I think this.
How it
sorry.
has evolved since we started the conversation.
Yes, I have no issue with that, but I actually think this motion, as it had amended from the last meeting, was proposed by Councillor Hinchberger and seconded by Councillor Kavanagh, as I was absent at that time.
Okay.
I have no issue. I don't know if procedurally Councillor Kavanagh is noted as the seconder, in which case perhaps he should be asked.
So Councillor Hinchberger and Councillor Kavanagh, are you satisfied with the motion that has evolved from our conversation? Councillor Kavanagh?
I will defer to Councillor Hinchberger first, please.
Councillor Hinchberger?
Thank you, through your mayor. I would just like it to be easier even from, I probably have the better grasp on this than most of my colleagues, but it would help me to know, are we leaving what's in eScribe and that resolution in there behind and focusing entirely on the tote board? Which I would prefer.
We want to present the most up-to-date, the intent of the motion remains intact in that we expand or we enhance the service. The funding, the dollar numbers have changed in some regard, but the fundamental issue of this is that we enhance the transportation services in Kincardine. So, you know, the funding and how it's on the tote board, important, yes. But the fundamental of the motion in that we enhance the accessible transportation remains the same.
So Councillor Hinchberger was correct. There was a motion passed at the January 13th meeting that the operating component of the SMART proposal, option 1, in the amount of $40,000 be included in consideration for the 2025 operating budget, and that was carried. So
Yes.
that stands.
Okay. Councillor Kavanagh, are you in agreement with where we're at in this motion?
He's still deferring. Sorry, get on mute.
Through the chair, if we're going to have to make a decision on this today, we can. I feel like there's a lot that still needs to be settled here, and I'm not prepared to force this through to a decision. I'd like to keep talking about this, or put a pin in it and come back later in this meeting. But if Councillor Hinchberger wants to go ahead with this, I will continue to second.
Thank you, through Mayor. If you're asking me next in here, in my mind, I've already rewritten what the motion should look like. Can we come back to this one? And in the meantime, I can quickly forward something to the clerk.
Did I just hear you ask for a deferral to our next budget discussion?
I would say, yeah, I would support that based on what I've heard here. I know what it should say, and I would support that.
I second it.
Further discussion regarding the deferral? All in favor of the deferral to our next budget discussion, whenever that is? Anyone opposed? That would be, we carried, okay.
Do a little more work, Mike, and bring it back, please.
Those are the two capital items that were presented on our agenda. Were there further capital items that council members would like to at least present? We might not get to a decision, but we want to get done with the capital items this morning. So if you've got one that is simmering, better to present it now. We might not make a decision, but please offer it now so that we can move forward. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I had this motion prepared for the last meeting. It didn't make it onto the agenda at that time, but I would like to request that council support $100,000 from the Development Charge Parks and Rec Fund, Reserve Fund, to support the All Wheels Park.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hinchberger. Before we go any farther, I would like to ask our Director of Corporate Services or our Director of Infrastructure whether we can access those funds as part of development for the All Wheel Park, please.
Through you, yes, those funds would be available for that project. They were included in the background study for that purpose, so they could be applied for this project.
And just from your professional opinion, those are, appropriate. They're not going to overtax that particular reserve fund, or is that good municipal use of? That's what those funds are there for.
Through you, it would just mean that there's less available for the other projects, including the boardwalk. But I'd have to take a look to see what the impact would be. But we are reviewing the development charges study anyway, so the balance in that fund could be reviewed at that time.
Okay, thank you, Director. Councillor Blackwell, you were first in line to speak on this one.
Yeah, thank you. So as our director mentioned, this was specifically listed as an eligible project when the development charge bylaw was created. So it was listed as something that the municipality wanted to do. As we're growing, I think it's important that we're also creating opportunities for youth. I recognize that the Lions Club has done significant work to fundraise around this. I've been helping them with some grant applications and some other work, and I think a municipal contribution would show our commitment to the project and would also help them to reach the end of their finance goal. One of the other pieces, and I don't think I mentioned it when I was giving the initial motion, was I think it's also really important that the municipality retain control of the RFP process, so that if it is going to be something that we're contributing to, that we have control. It's going to become our asset, that we have some control over that whole process.
So I'm going to call on our CAO at this point. Could you offer, it is not a new conversation regarding the staff capacity to pick up this piece, to say the RFP process and, project management or whatever that leads to. Could you speak to that, please, CAO?
Certainly. So I do think that adding this as a project for a capital item this year does very much change the work for staff. So I would suggest that if this is a capital project that's proposed for this year or even next year, then we do need to shift and adjust our capital project list in order to accommodate that. Probably many of the capital budget items in community services are associated with purchases. One of the bigger ones would be related to the boardwalk. So if this is a direction, probably even for next year, then I think that's the component that council needs to consider. Which projects do they wish to move ahead at what time, so that we can best then match the resources that we have on staff towards that.
So Councillor Blackwell, if you know, we've heard the advice of our CIO, and we're not unfamiliar with that scenario. Is there a different capital project that you would say, well, let's put that one on hold because we can't manage all of them? In a lot of communities, this is the significant extent of all their capital projects in 1 year, and we've got a whole list of them like this. So please help me out, and like, if we're going to proceed with this, what would your recommendation be that we say, well, let's defer that one to a different year?
Thank you. Through you, I did speak with staff prior to bringing forward the motion, and as well as the Lions Club. And while the Lions Club is ready to go, I think they do still have some fundraising work. And I was comfortable with this being a 2026 project. One of the reasons I'd like to make a commitment now is so that they can continue the work that they're doing to find partners and find funders and get everything prepared. Again, it's not lost on me that within our budget, we have many playgrounds in the works. We have many things that are going to be supporting accessibilities and seniors. I think it's important that we also signal our commitment to families and to teens and youth in our community. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring this forward. I'm comfortable with it being a project for next year if we feel that there's not adequate capacity to take it on this year, although yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you. Through you, I did have a question and then maybe a comment. I just wanted to confirm the dollar amount that we're recommending, and just to Councillor Blackwell's point, it doesn't. I just wanted to confirm it doesn't put them at their completed amount. They still have to fundraise some more, and how much maybe we expect them to have to fundraise, and for how long. And then my second kind of point around the staff capacity and projects. And I know it's a different department, so it might not be relevant, but if we are deferring the sidewalk, does that kind of add capacity to be able to do another project like this? And then I did have when I'm looking at kind of all of the projects, and Mary, you can tell me if this is out of kind of scope, but you know, there's this one project, the Seashore Playground, and I did wonder about deferring that one if, you know, we're building a playground in a potentially construction zone at this point, depending on how many kind of houses are already built there and where the playground's being built, and if that potentially is a project that could or should be deferred given kind of the current state of construction in that subdivision.
There were a lot of departments that were hailed in that one. Well done, Councillor Williams. Get everybody involved.
Thanks.
So CAO, community service, and infrastructure and development all have opportunity to speak to that. CAO, would you like to lead this conversation and call in your senior staff as need be for input, please?
Sure, and perhaps through you, Mayor, just so we're all clear about what the request is specifically. So is this expectation that and I appreciate Councillor Blackwell's comment with respect to the RFP process going through the municipality, that absolutely makes sense and would align with what our expectations would be. It's the same process that we undertook with the Tiverton, the splash pad in Tiverton, where staff worked closely with the Lions Club, but the project in terms of putting it out to the market for proposals and that capital project is all done through staff and the contracted workers. So I would expect that it's a similar process for this as well, with the skate park. That said, I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity regarding expectations of when this capital project is to be planned for, and that then will shape what it is that our responses are, if that's possible.
Councillor Blackwell, please. It's just the question, like you deferred the 1 year, but Councillor Williams' question was appropriate. You know, we make this commitment, which is good, that's fine. But does that mean, like, if the Lions are not prepared to proceed in 2026, do we just wait till their fundraising efforts are finished, or like, are we aiming for a year, or are we saying, here's the signal, we're ready to support youth involvement, and when you get it done, you come and talk to us and then we'll plan? Because once again, as the CAO has said, municipal planning doesn't happen just this year. We got 5-year capital plans, and to we might not think it's a little thing, but for our municipality, it's like every one of those projects is a big thing. So could you tell me time frame or expectations that you believe council are heading for?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, I can try. I don't really have those answers. Those are what I can share is I've talked with the Lions Club, and they feel that they have potential donors waiting to ensure that it's a project supported by the municipality. In chatting with staff, they felt that it was something that might be able to be done next year. So, I mean, I can't really speak for either of those groups. It's my intention to respond to the request, which is right now within our DC bylaw, this is an eligible project. I'm unclear whether it will be supported as an eligible project when we redo our DC bylaws. So I would like to ensure that it's earmarked now, to ensure that we have something for youth, an addition for youth in our community. And I think that would need to be a conversation between staff and the Lions in terms of when the actual project could move forward. But I think there's no potential limitation on our contribution in terms of a timeline.
CAO, please.
So just to confirm, the project is already supported by the municipality. The use of municipal lands towards that project does absolutely count towards a contribution for the project. So if there's an issue with respect to funding applications through other associations, I think we should most definitely be able to help communicate that piece. So I guess for what I understand council is considering here is earmarking a portion of the development charges funds in the amount of 100,000, and it will be set aside, and the project date for maybe 2026. Is that generally what's being considered?
Yes, that is what I have heard. Councillor Blackwell, just nod your head up and down or shake it if okay. That is what's being considered.
Okay, then through you, then it would, if there's a potential for a different department other than community services to be leading it, we certainly would need to have that conversation internally before I think we'd be able to answer that on the fly, given we just will impact 5-year capital plans for that department as well. But certainly happy to have that discussion.
Okay, Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Giving them 100,000 is nice, but they still have to raise 200,000. Being a Lion at Tiverton, raising 200,000 is going to take 2 or 3 years. So you can't guarantee this project's even going to start in 26, even with the $100,000. I actually had a little different motion for this, but we'll let this motion go through, and then, or unless Councillor Blackwell is willing to hear my motion and maybe adopt it, because I think this is a very important project for us, and I would defer the boardwalk even to get this thing actually going in 25. And I think it's very important, because another thing is that if we get this going in 25, it loosens up the skateboard thing, which we could turn into a pickleball thing. So we could have two projects in the go. And the boardwalk, well, we've been talking about the boardwalk for a long time. Another year with the boardwalk's not really going to make big difference as far as I'm concerned. So if Councillor Blackwell would allow me to read my motion, she might want to adopt it. Thank you.
So you can afford an amendment to the motion, a friendly amendment to change dollar amounts or anything in that regard, Councillor Stewart.
But I believe she's got to give me permission. Thank you.
I think any councillor can afford a friendly amendment to any motion at any time, and then she
Okay.
would support or not.
Okay, so if that's correct, I'll read my motion that I thought was more appropriate at this time. My motion would be to seek approval from council to provide the Kincardine Lions Club 300,000 out of the Capital Reserve Fund for the all-wheel park. 200,000 would be a grant, and 100,000 would be a loan with interest that would be paid back to the Capital Reserve Fund over a 3-year period.
I think the extent of that might be an amendment to the motion rather than a friendly amendment. So would you like
I
to
fully agree.
would you like to present that as an amendment to the motion?
Yes, please. That would be the amendment to the motion, please.
Is there a seconder for that amendment, please? Seeing none. Deputy Mayor, did you indicate that you're seconding that motion?
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Is there any further discussion? I think Councillor Stewart's motion and intent is clear. Like you can speak if you need to, Councillor Stewart, but I think it's fairly clear what you are requesting. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I wonder if Councillor Stewart could outline whether he's had any discussion with the Kincardine Lions Club surrounding what he's proposing.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, absolutely. I've talked to them and they're fully agreed to this sort of proposal because they're worried too about getting this thing. The longer we wait, the more increase in pricing we're going to see. And still trying to raise 200,000 or 300,000, they're only basically halfway. We could see a very big increase. As my fellow sort of Councillor Blackwell said, we don't really have a project for this sort of middle teen sort of group. I think it would be wonderful to put this on. We delay the boardwalk, so help the staff that, you know, and I believe the Lions has got all the drawings, all the design work, they're ready to go. So if they had the necessary funding and agreed to the $100,000 loan, which I know they would, basically we could start this project in the spring and have it finished in the fall. And I think it'd be a great asset to our community, but it's asking a lot because we'd be taking 300,000 out of the capital fund, reserve fund for now, but we would be replacing over the next 3 years, 100,000 of it back. Thank you.
If I could have a follow-up, Your Honor.
Your worship, please.
Your worship, sure, whichever. Was there like consideration given to like of the 300 in total? Right now, the way it's being described is 200 from the capital reserve, 100 being oh Lord, I can't even remember.
300,000 from capital reserve, 100 being a loan, 200 to grant.
Okay. And where it's, say, you know, blending what's proposed with Councillor Blackwell's, that 100 from the development charges reserve fund, 200 from the capital reserve, of which that 200, 100 is a grant and 100 is a loan. I think there's a concern that we might not, it's hard to say, that we have development charges that are accruing for specific uses and we need to take advantage of them. to Councillor Blackwell's point about having no complete confidence about what might happen after we revisit development charges this year.
But perhaps if I may, one of the questions that comes to mind, did any of either, has there been any conversations with municipal staff about how this works in the municipal context? There's, I'm glad to hear that there's been conversation amongst the parties, but like the conversation with corporate services or community services about the effect on boardwalk plans or budgets, those sorts of things. Were any of those conversations undertaken, Councillor Stewart?
Absolutely not. It's really up to us to guide the staff, and I know that there is some consideration, but I really do think that this project would be a higher priority than the boardwalk. We've been talking about the boardwalk for 2 or 3 years now. So another year, I'm not saying cancel it, just say defer it for another year, and let's get this project up and running, because this appeals to a certain group that we have not appealed to in any capital projects for a lot of years. And I think it's time that if we are an inclusive type of community, we need to start to really think about the whole community. So I know I have not talked to the staff about it, but it's our directions to the staff that I would recommend the boardwalk goes for another year, and we put this as a high priority for 25.
Can I call on the Director of Community Services, please, or the CAO to comment on any effects, either positive or negative, about this direction? Like, has there work been done in regards to the waterfront that is affected by a deferral at this point? CAO or Director of Community Services, please.
Yeah, I think that the concern with respect to I will back that up. Sorry. That probably is the right project to defer if there is going to be a skate park that is added. However, the issue with deferring the boardwalk is the state of that particular asset. It's in fairly poor shape. It has been reviewed by our insurer, but our note to them is that we are aiming for some replacement and fixing and working on that asset to improve the conditions. So I guess there is a chance that if it's deferred further, it might be in a condition that it ends up being closed this year, which could be done. There would be, I suspect the community would not find that to be a favorable decision. It's possible it wouldn't have to be either, but I guess I just lay that out for council. If we're not working on that, there's a chance that it's deteriorated to a condition that it just won't meet public needs. And I did just confirm as we were speaking, or as council was speaking, that as a project for this year, it is not something that we could defer over to operations to take on unless there were projects that are being removed from their capital list either. And I would call, I think it probably would be helpful to hear specifically from the Director of Community Services, just in terms of how they might try to help that work.
Okay, Director, are you online with us?
Yep, I'm right here. So through you, in regard to the question, if I heard that correctly from the CAO, to assist with the Lions Club through this process, I continue to meet with the Lions Club regularly, and certainly have expressed the need or the requirement of having a municipal staff person through this process, and we certainly want to assist them. I also, and I think I've had this conversation with council previously, is our constraints continue to be in the administrative assistance with getting an RFP done on time. So if we want to proceed with this project, it certainly is going to impact some of our other projects. If it is the boardwalk, we can certainly pause the boardwalk. 2 years ago, we paused a number of other capital projects so that staff could do some repairs on the boardwalk. We don't have the capacity to do that this year. And therefore, as the CAO did indicate, there could be the potential that portions of it could be closed this summer, but we would take that guidance from our insurance provider based on the condition of the boardwalk.
Mr. Williams, please.
Thank you, through you. I know there's a lot that's been talked about before I put my hand up, but I mean, after I put my hand up, but I just wanted to confirm, I just want to make a couple of comments. I liked Councillor Hinchberger's kind of slight variation to the proposal or the resolution to have some funds come from DC and some funds come from the other the reserve, the capital reserve. I did want to confirm though, just to see clarity, that 300,000 is how much they need to complete the project, and that will mean no more fundraising. That will mean that the project will get going ahead. I just wanted to see clarity on that point. Yeah, that's it.
Councillor Stewart, could you respond to that, or perhaps I'll give opportunity to our Director of Community Services, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Stewart.
Very good.
To your knowledge, Director, would this municipal contribution provide enough funds to complete that project?
Thank you for the question. I do not have their current balance at this point. I believe it would be. It would take them to their goal, but I would look for them for clarity on that.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Yes, I was talking to the president of the Kincardine Lions Club, and the cost of the project's around $600,000. They have raised about $320,000. They would need this whole $300,000 to proceed. $200,000 is a grant, but they would still, just to help Councillor Williams out, they would still have to fundraise $100,000 because they owe us $100,000, and they would have to raise those funds, but they would pay that back over 3 years with interest. Now, whatever way we wanted to take the money out, whether it's from the capital reserves or from the DC, that's really, but the amount of money they need to get the project going and not delaying it is $300,000. Thank you.
We have an amendment on the floor from the original motion, whereby council would contribute $300,000 to the Lions skate park project, of which 200,000 would be grant, 100,000 would be repayable. The recommendations over 3 years. And that was moved by Councillor Stewart and seconded by Deputy Mayor Clark. All in favor of that motion, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone opposed to that motion? And that motion carried. Okay, there we go. Are there any further capital motions that are being brought forward? Councillor Kavanagh, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Our Director of Corporate Services is on. It's likely something to do with finances. I wouldn't be surprised. So I will come back to you. Just I think she has a comment, and our CAO.
Not a problem.
We'll start with our CAO and then we'll go to the Director, please.
Sorry, I believe, and maybe the Deputy Clerk can confirm. So that was an amendment to the motion.
Yes. Yeah, to the amendment.
And so now you have to vote on the main motion.
Yes, you're correct.
And Yeah, sorry. And I would suggest that there be consideration given to which capital projects are then being adjusted. And I think it would be helpful to get that feedback from the community services.
Okay, so you're absolutely correct. I leaped ahead there. So the amendment was approved. Still deals with assisting with provision of capital funds to the Lions for the completion of the skate park. And at this point, our Director of Community Services is going to offer recommendations on capital projects to be deferred at this point. Director, please.
Yes, and thank you through you. I certainly did hear the notion of the boardwalk, and I do have some concerns with deferring the boardwalk, as we know that has some impact to the safety concerns that we've been experiencing over the last number of years at Station Beach. So I'm not sure if I would necessarily put that to the top of the list. There are a number of other items that we could maybe consider deferring, and if we're looking at these from a time constraint perspective, and the lighthouse certainly comes to mind, is that's a considerable project that is sitting on our desk that we continue to struggle with and finding the time to have the most appropriate method moving forward for the construction of that. The Red Green Trail is another one. This has been on our books for 3 years, and again, considerable amount of time. But we certainly had a number of playgrounds on the list as well, and it really, from economies of scale, that's why we had those on the list to proceed with them at the same time, and working with a third party, and the time constraints with community engagement, but also wanting it to be on council's radar that if we do not proceed with some of those playgrounds, there is a possibility that we will close some of them just due to the age of them and some safety concerns. So those items come to the top of the list right now for council's consideration.
I think it is a challenging issue for any director to say, well, this is what we should and shouldn't do. I would ask council's indulgence that the Director of Community Services be allowed to consider the projects that are on our table and to come back with a solid recommendation at our next budget meeting. You know, I don't mind passing this motion now, but when the director comes back and says, okay, we can do that, but this is what it's going to take to do that, I would ask council's concurrence that when the recommendation is made, the hands go up and it's yes, if you want to do that, this is what we do. So I will leave that with you. I'll go to the Director of Corporate Services who was online.
Thank you. Through you, I would like, there was no specific reserve or reserve fund that was mentioned in terms of the funding sources for the 300,000. However, if I could make a recommendation, the development charges background study does have an eligible amount of up to 230,000 allocated for this project. So I would suggest that development charges be used for 200,000 with the amount of the loan of 100,000 being funded from the contingency reserve.
And I would ask for concurrence from council on that recommendation. Is there anyone all in favor of supporting that recommendation from where the reserve funds come from? All in favor? Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Director, for that guidance. Okay, so we're back to the main motion, which is to support the amended motion, which is to assist the Lions Club with the completion of the skate park, $300,000 contribution, 200 from the reserves indicated by the Director of Corporate Services, and one of them repayable over a period of 3 years. Is there further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Anyone opposed? And that was carried. Okay. Councillor
Sorry.
Kavanaugh, please. Oh, excuse me, you're going to butt in again. CAO, please.
Yeah, sorry, just to confirm then, are you going to then have a separate motion to deal with what projects would not proceed as a result of that direction?
Yes, but we're going to base it on the director's recommendation when she comes back at the next budget meeting. That was my kind of my instruction, that when she comes back with that recommendation, then, you know, if we are affording direction to go forward in this, then we better be ready to listen to the recommendations that she brings next time that we will put on the deferral list. Because I find it, you know, it must be difficult for anybody to say, well, you're going to do this, but this is what we have to take off. And I think that it's fair to afford some time to get a little higher view picture of what might be deferred. So unless you think there's wisdom in deferring and recognizing CAO.
I think it would be helpful to have a discussion about council's expectations on projects that can be deferred. So I think staff have been clear that we wouldn't be able to proceed with all of the with this being an additional project being added. So that's, we're acknowledging that. However, it would also be nice prior to drafting a new report on what can then be removed, if there is some consideration from council on the items that they see as lesser of a priority from that capital list that we've already put forward.
Okay, so the recommendations from the Director of Community Services included deferral of lighthouse renovation or rehabilitation, boardwalk, and playground rehabilitation. Are there any questions or thoughts about that? Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you to you, Mayor. I think that not all of these projects would have the same demands on staff's time in terms of project coordination. So, I mean, I'm prepared to make a decision or a choice of my own, but I'd like to see a report that would outline for those capital projects that Community Services was expecting to be involved with this year. What are the allotments of hours, et cetera, for each, and what it's the expectation about what the All Wheels Park at the Davidson Center might present as well. I just use the example of, you know, the boardwalk at one end and the lighthouse at another. To me, seem to be apples and oranges. I'd also like to see an anticipated schedule through the year of when those, up until this discussion, when these projects were slated to go and what the, we'll call it the overhead demands on corporate or community services were expected to be before I would offer a suggestion to council about what it should choose. Thanks.
CAO, please.
Sure. I guess through you, Mayor, the budget planning process for staff begins in the summer. So multiple staff members would have had input into this and alignment. So pulling apart the current plan will be also time consuming. So it took several months to put forward a capital budget list based on what that department was expecting to do. So I would not suggest that it will be something that staff would be able to come back with very quickly to be able to then completely readjust the capital plan. So that's the intent for me is, I completely agree with Councillor Hinchberger that there are different projects that are going to take different amounts of time to proceed in terms of staff participation. However, it would be helpful to get some kind of commentary from council members and council through the budget process as to what it is that they would be okay with not proceeding for this year, because there are a number of projects that were planned, and it is a significant capital project to do a skate park, which can be great for a community. So it's not a concern about the specific project. It's just which ones are council members looking at and saying that's not going to be something that I have any issue with if it doesn't proceed in the next year.
So I think to Councillor Hinchberger's point, we might not end up with apples to apples and oranges to oranges. It is sort of an attitudinal thing too, as CIO said, this is the sort of thing that this project will go ahead. This other project might be 1.5 times the work, but we're going to have to choose which we want to do. So I also appreciate the recommendation, but I think it's just a broader picture than that. Moving on to Councillor Kavanagh, did you have your hand up about this, or were you waiting for the next capital project?
Yeah, thank you very much through the chair. In order to sort of help our CAO and provide some feedback, the two projects that were on community services sort of as public facing last year, which were the implementation of the pier safety recommendations and McPherson Park, were the two that I would like to see be finished off or worked on this year and not be bumped. But I'm understanding that it might take something massive like the Station Beach boardwalk reconstruction or even Victoria Park project, one of the big, more than $500,000 projects getting bumped in order to make this happen. I just think we should try and finish what we started last year as well before we take on the newer challenges. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, you have your hand up, please.
No, one of the projects I was offering the same thing as Councillor Kavanagh just said was Victoria Park. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to offer up some of those recommendations. We're going to see. Deputy Mayor, you have your hand up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just want to ensure that we're on the same line as the CAO. My understanding is that the CAO is keen to hear sort of discussion points about projects that council would perhaps be content with us deferring. But equally, I appreciate the feedback has been that to get a report outlining the sort of estimated work time frame for those projects for us to make an informed decision is unlikely to be forthwith. So I guess I'm looking at the CAO for perhaps a little bit of direction as to what is going to be the way that we can facilitate. Is this in a smooth running? Is it simply stating without really knowing sort of the effort that has gone into date, or perhaps not fully being able to appreciate that we sort of state a few of the projects that we think could be deferred? Or are you just happy for us to hear a general conversation, and with that, staff will provide a report bearing that in mind? Or is there something that you're looking for that maybe can assist the process in a more effective manner?
Through you, Mayor?
Yep.
All right, thank you. As this was not a project on community services list for this year, I do think it would be helpful for staff to hear council's feedback. Council has decided this is a priority project, and that's fair enough. But in terms of what then how that changes, and you have all reviewed the capital project list as it has been presented. to council. So what is it that council can identify that they are comfortable not proceeding with will help us to formulate a report that can be considered quickly. And I appreciate the comment, Deputy Mayor. Just to be able to reiterate that the project planning that went into the budget preparation is something that took multiple staff member and multiple weeks since the summer to plan out. So being able to redevise that would not be something we'll be able to do simply. So it would be more expedient for us, I think, to hear from council and then determine whether or not we can best match that in terms of the adjustment to the capital plan for that department, and come back with a recommendation around those particular projects that council discusses and or others as well.
Follow up, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. That's a helpful outline. I think the concern I would have, for instance, using the example of the Broadwalk is, while that has been thrown up in discussion this morning about perhaps something that can be deferred, hearing from our director, there is perhaps some potential legal or insurance concerns. So I would expect and hope that any report that came back would identify any of those obligations that may not be evident on the face as to what the concerns or implications may be from deferring a project like that. And I'm sure that would be the case. But that just gives me a moment for pause when we're simply discussing conversations. Absolutely, we've reviewed the capital projects, but I think there's details that that aren't forward facing, that wouldn't come to light without a little bit more information.
Mr. Blackwell, please.
Yeah, thank you. Can you correct me if I'm wrong here, but the motion amended by Councillor Stewart did not specify a date. It just specified financing amounts. So when I'm looking at the capital budget listing, knowing the planning process has gone into it, having some discussions with staff, I'm not opposed to it being a 2026 spring project, knowing that we've shown our commitment to it. I recognize the challenges of waiting potentially from this point and not including it in 2025. But I also think that it is an addition. It will be really challenging to try and shift an entire work plan without additional staff resourcing. And I'm not sure that the motion actually did specify that it had to be done this year.
Your motion did. You are correct. Councillor Stewart's amendment did not. So just to confirm with Councillor Stewart.
My intent was to give them the funding this year to start the project in 25.
Thank you for that confirmation. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I really like where Councillor Blackwell is going to this. If I just roll the tape back in this meeting a little bit, we came into here with an ask to help for funding for the Lions Club for their project that I think we all agree is worthwhile. And where they stood now without even a contribution of 100,000 from development charges, the timeline for them to raise the necessary funds was going to probably push this into 2026 anyways. So I agree that I think that the funding that we've done is improve their timeline, but I think that what we should do is we should our support that we're going to help support the project financially more than that was on the table prior to this meeting. But I think what comes with that is that it's a 2026 project, so that we don't effectively throw a bowling ball into the existing community services capital program for 2025.
All right, so with that, I am going to ask council's concurrence that this is funding that is made available through this year's budget and applicable for the 2026 construction of the all-wheel park project. Is that the intent of Councillor Blackwell and Hinchberger at least? All in support of that time frame, please indicate. 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 7 that passed. Okay. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Could I get that recorded vote, please? Because I can't
Yes.
see it. Thank you.
Deputy Clerk, please.
Just want to clarify, this is another motion that, or is it an amendment to the motion that's on the floor? Or that was passed?
It'd have to be another motion.
Councillor
It has to be another
Blackwell's
motion.
Motion was amended by Councillor Stewart.
Correct.
And there was an establishment of the time frame being a 2025 budget inclusion for, it's the establishment of funding for 2026 construction.
So this is changing that motion, or this is a new motion?
Councillor Blackwell's motion was amended.
Yep.
By Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, and it was
That was
passed.
that amendment was passed.
Mhm.
The original motion was passed. And that the timelines were confirmed, so it was just it was a further acknowledgement of Councillor Blackwell's timeline when we just got that council concurrence regarding 2026.
I think you have to be careful because if we vote no, we lose the original motion, don't we? Like this should be a brand new motion.
Yeah, I'm
consider-
comfortable making it as a new motion. I think that would be easiest because there have been amendments and things passed already. So I'll put a motion on the floor that the contribution for the all-wheel park will be made in 2025 budget, intended for a project construction in 2026.
In the amount of 300,000
Yeah, that was what was passed from the original motion. So,
coming from development charges and a reserve fund.
and yeah,
Do we need to
200,000 grant, 100,000 repayable over 3 years. Okay. That's moved by Councillor Blackwell. Just to confirm, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hinchberger. Now we're going to go to the recorded vote.
Can we have a discussion on this now that this motion's on the floor? Can I ask a?
Yes, go ahead. This
Sorry,
is the
yeah,
motion that we were discussing before, but this.
Well, it came in at the very end. I think I just want to I just want to be certain. So I understand that the funds would be made available, the proposals of funds made available for 2025 with construction at 2026. But I guess I personally would feel more comfortable to a certain extent in having a report back from staff concerning if they believe any of the projects could be deferred prior to me delaying this project. I guess that's my comments in relation to that. And I appreciate that that's not available. We've heard a little bit from the director, but that's my comments in relation to this.
Okay. Deputy Clerk, please.
Okay, so we'll start the recorded. Normally we go around the table. I'm going to go sort of around the screen and do my best here. So we'll start with Councillor Stewart.
I'm still a little bit confused with this motion. I'm sorry. I thought we were just, and this is the problem, when you start talking about the whole motion again, are we voting on the whole motion? We're only really voting on the 25 funds in 25 project going forward in 26. Is that your understanding? And the 300,000 and the way we're going to treat it is already approved?
Correct.
Okay.
This
So I
motion
vote
is
no then.
just
I'll
for
vote
the,
no.
So Deputy Clerk, as you're able, imagine the council table and go around left to
you want
right,
me to go that way?
if you would, please.
Okay, so Councillor Blackwell,
yes.
Councillor Williams,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Councillor Hinchberger,
Yes.
and Mayor Craig.
Yes.
All right. That is passed.
Mr. Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. If we can switch gears a little bit, I'd like to bring up another capital project in the spirit of trying to move them through. This was the.
I'm going to do something awful to you. We're going to break until 11
Oh, you
o'clock.
caught me again. Thank you very much.
You gather your thoughts, Councillor Kavanaugh. Have a brownie. Come back in 11 minutes at 11 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Hey, Mike, did they just close your street 4 minutes ago?
Yes, this is the first time this has ever happened.
Wow.
And the ironic thing is, I don't know if you can see this.
It's beautiful and sunny.
I have a clear view of the lake, but I agree, I understand there's a lot of drifting happening today.
Whoa. When I woke up, I couldn't figure out why. It was a beautiful sunny day. I took the dog for a nice walk around, but then I happened to get up to Lakeshore or along Lake Range there.
Yeah.
And the wind on those fields is just, it's something else.
Well, it's howling down here.
My car got stuck on Lake Street. It's on top of a snowbank.
I've never had the experience of a car getting stuck before.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, they plowed it out at 6 o'clock in the morning. I was heading up to my mother's just to say hello, and snowbanks were already there along Lake Street, and they're still there. So CAA will be coming sooner or later to Tom. Fun
Just
times in
for,
winter.
Just for contradictory anecdotes here, one of our managers has declared a significant weather event, and at the same time, the snow is melting off my sidewalk. So figure that one. Anyway, Councillor Kavanaugh. Excuse me. I'll go to our deputy clerk. Deputy clerk, are we live again?
We've been live right through.
Okay, there we go. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
For real this time? This feels
No.
like a Jimmy Kimmel bit.
But that's okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was hoping we could address the Hospital Foundation's request for a municipal contribution to their fundraising efforts to refurbish the hospital. It was on the tote board, and I originally had the motion up as 200,000 coming as an operational or a tax increase, or 1% of tax increase, and 400,000 coming from the reserve.
Just to refresh my memory, Deputy Clerk or Councillor Kavanaugh, was that motion made and deferred or not made? What has the process been to this point, please?
My apologies. Sorry, it was on the tote board. I was just operating under your instructions to bring up capital projects first. But if you want to save it for later, we certainly can.
No, that's the question. I just wondered whether we were addressing a previous motion or whether, like, if there's not one, I would appreciate that you, just so that for clarity, you make a motion so that we know what we're talking, please.
So
Yes, you're able, Council.
is this the original motion that council includes 600,000 for the Kincardine Hospital Foundation for consideration in the 2025 budget, funded 200,000 from the tax rate and 400,000 funded from the contingency reserve?
That was the motion.
All right, so that was passed on January 13th meeting.
What?
Was it,
Sorry.
CAO, help us out here?
Sorry,
I'm a little
yes.
confused. I don't
Just
think
the inclusion of items, so just for the deputy clerk, because she wasn't at the meeting. So there were a number of motions for items to be included on the tote board in this meeting. So that's why the tote board includes a number of considerations. It's not that they were approved as part of the budget and completed.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
If I could ask our corporate service department, could you pop the tote board up just for consideration, please, to see where we're at? There we are. Okay. Councillor Kavanaugh, would you like to speak to this motion, please?
Yes, thank you very much. And through the chair, for the benefit of the public, this has been something that has been an ongoing ask, as previously where healthcare fell entirely into the domain of the province, it seems that they're not holding up their end of the bargain, and more frequently it's falling on the municipalities to make things happen. One of the things is our hospital, which is a beautiful building that was constructed in 1908, has not been updated since about 40 years ago, and it needs to be modernized to service our population. The provincial government has agreed to fund 90% of the expected costs, with the other 10% having to be raised locally. That's where the Kincardine Hospital Foundation has come in and been doing an excellent job making private and corporate sponsorships, as well as asking local governments to contribute. I thought a lot about how this should go and whether it should be entirely a capital payment. And there have been issues in the past with other things being taken up and earmarked. And I think I'd rather use this time to just sort of look around the table and try and stress the importance of getting this done, because our community is growing. With the expansion and the refurbishments of Bruce Power's site, we have younger community family members moving to the community. We also have older members of cities and other urban areas that are retiring and selling and moving out here. I look around the table and I can't imagine anyone here hasn't been impacted and had to take a trip to that hospital at some point. Maybe it was your daughter or your son, and they're having an anaphylactic reaction, and they aren't doing well, and they have to go in because they can't breathe. Or maybe it's you have an aging parent who had a slip and fall and went in and required a lengthy stay in the hospital itself with the hospitalist. The way things are right now, the current hospital and facilities aren't designed to handle the expanding population, and we don't have the modern medical equipment that we need for contemporary care. And I understand, like, this is a significant cost and it's not a municipal responsibility, but when you weigh it against what's at stake here, I guess I see how our council always talks about wanting to plan for the next 5, 10, 50 years. And any kind of community growth that's going to happen, be it a commercial project like Bruce C, or even just expanding our housing density, we know we need to improve our infrastructure. And to me, supporting the foundation is a way of laying a huge cornerstone, because, like it or not, everyone's going to need this at some point in their lives. Thank you.
Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you. Through you, I just had a comment and a question. The comment I would make is
point of order. We're having a discussion, but who seconded that motion? Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Hinchberger, you have offered to second that motion. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
On the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you for that point. Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you. Through you. Yeah, so I just have a comment and then a question as well. I'll ask my question first and then make my comment, but my question is, I know that there were previous commitments made for this amount, and from what I understand, the amount that is being asked has already technically been committed, just not confirmed by the municipality. Maybe I'll ask that first and then follow up with my comment, but I did want to see confirmation on that.
Director of Corporate Services, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, through you. The amount that's committed and available in our healthcare reserve fund is 1.2 million. But there was an additional request from the hospital. And sorry, I don't know the total amount off the top of my head that they had originally requested, but the amount that the municipality has available and committed is 1.2 million.
Just to confirm, it was my understanding that those funds were expended in 2023, 2024. Were there any funds committed for 2025 at this point through that healthcare reserve, Director?
Through you, no. So we're only accumulating those amounts and just leaving them in the healthcare reserve fund from the prior years. We don't have any new money allotted for this hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you. So I guess, sorry, a follow-up question to that, and just to see clarity for myself and perhaps to council and to the public, is my understanding was that a commitment had been made to the hospital foundation of a 4-year commitment of $600,000 over 4 years for 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. And that 1.2 million of that has been assigned. And so we still potentially, through our commitment, had another 1.2 million that had been committed previous council, but not yet. I guess, followed up for approval or confirmation. So I just wanted to clarify if that's an accurate assessment of our conversations with the Hospital Foundation and our commitment to date.
Director, can you speak to the commitment that previous councils had made regarding funding or CAO as you're able?
Yes, through you. So I believe the hospital request was the 2.4 million in total. However, municipal councils did not commit future councils at the time to future budgets. So there was only a commitment for each budget year, and it was being reviewed each year that we had budget deliberations. So there, as far as I know, there was no resolution passed that we would have all of the money available and paid.
CAO, please.
And just to further reinforce that, a council cannot provide that direction and obligate a future term of council to a decision that requires them to spend money or raise money for something. It'll be up to that term of council. So it's, I guess, in terms of an obligation, I don't think you could speak to it exactly in that language. If there was a desire from the previous council to see that continued support, that's all really that a previous council could do. They couldn't obligate a future council to raise funds and provide funding in that way. All it can be done is, as the director noted, it would be considered in each budget year.
So just to confirm through our director, at this point, we have 1.2 in a healthcare reserve controlled by the municipality. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point in the future, we will be forwarding these funds to the Healthcare Foundation as a contribution to the hospital construction redevelopment.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so what we're doing now obviously is just increasing, or the request has been made to increase that to another level, a continuing growth of that reserve. So Councillor Williams, did that answer substantially your questions?
Yes, thank you, it did. I'll save my comment after other councillors.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you to you, Mayor. When I ran in 2022, I think that all the candidates were asked a question by, I think it was a representative of the Healthcare Foundation about this issue. And at the time, the ask was 4 years, $600,000 a year for $2.4 million in total. I don't believe the results of any of our replies were publicized. At the time, I agreed to that commitment, and I'd like to honor that. 4 times 600,000 equals 2.4 million over 4 years. The issue I have mostly is about the funding source for this, and I'm in principle against increasing the tax rate in order to fund even a portion of this. I'm just gonna think out loud here. We've had surpluses over a number of years. We've spent some of them on things out of the capital/contingency reserve, yet some of the money that ended up in the capital/contingency reserve did get there as a result of, you could say, in a way, excess taxation over a several year period. I also know more recently, I used to have this idea that on healthcare, our involvement, it was like physician recruitment, and then I was thinking about the hospital. But I've become more aware it's 3 things at least. It's physician recruitment, it's the medical clinic, and the hospital. And having to look forward into the future of things we should do. And so for me, the priority for me is recruitment, the clinic, if you have to do something with it, and the hospital third. I get a little frustrated sometimes about, I know that on this year's budget, we have the Browns Hill Bridge, 4.25 million with 500,000 slated to be funded out of the Community Benefits Reserve Fund. And if I hold those two up together, the bridge and healthcare, I sometimes struggle with what's the best allocation. And sometimes I almost feel like the two of them combined, this issue about how to fund expansion and the Browns Hill Bridge, which is like the tip of the iceberg in our whole asset management funding forward problem, is almost the perfect storm to really drive public engagement and just in terms of exactly what the public wants. Because on my own limited polling on the healthcare thing, I personally find people very polarized on this one. They're either like, we should absolutely do whatever is necessary, and roughly the other 50% are like, no way in Hades should we be doing this. And so when I applied for my, like, what would tip me one way or the other is what most people in the public don't have a great appreciation for is our capital or asset rehabilitation and replacement obligations going forward, most of which are in areas that are very specifically municipal responsibilities. The government didn't come up with AMP regulations and require you to put healthcare type stuff in it. It's not in there. So my main issue is I'd like to honor the commitment over the 2.4 over the 4 years. I'm just not wanting at this point in time to support adding to the tax levy for 2025 in order to fund part of it. Thank you.
Sir Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I agree with my fellow councillor. This is a very tough one, and it is polarizing for our community. Using tax dollars to support the hospital is like a double whammy. I mean, people can support the hospital through a check and actually get a tax receipt. If they go through us, they get no tax receipt, and it's basically charged right to their taxes. So trying to support this through a tax thing, no. If you wanted to support the commitment of 600,000, have to come from a reserve fund. But I'd be very careful with this one at this particular time. I agree. We have lots of cost out there. Our commitment last term was we only could commit two I believe, council or calendar years. So out of the 1.312 reserve fund, we do have 1.2, 600,000 per year with the old council set aside for this. But then again, the new council didn't take this up in the last 2 years. This is our third year of the budget. So maybe we need to just delay this again, knowing that there'll probably have to be a commitment, but definitely not through the tax dollars and through the operation budget. That is just too much. If people want to donate to the hospital, that's why it's a community sort of type of thing. They get a tax receipt. With us, they get no tax receipt. So if we're going to fund this at all, and council wants to agree with moving forward with this motion, it'll all have to come out of the contingency fund, the 600,000. Thank you.
Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, through you. I agree with my fellow councillors. In terms of, I think this is a really important initiative that we should support, but it is difficult to support through tax increases. And funding it through a reserve fund for this year, I think, is also an important signal to the community and to the hospital foundation that we are committed to the project. I did want to just kind of make a point, I guess, to Councillor Kavanaugh's point about the importance of this is, we hear often that healthcare is not our business. And it's certainly not. I mean, roads and bridges and water and wastewater and our core business is important, but we know that healthcare matters to everybody. And I think in terms of the feedback I've received from the community, most of it has been that hospital development is extremely important to the success of of our community in both attracting more and retaining residents. And just a quick little kind of point, from 2016 to 2021, we had a 16% increase in our population of age 65 plus. And that trend is likely to only continue. And I mean, those are the people that are really needing to access healthcare. And so my last point is simply that, you know, an investment in our hospital is also, you know, a physician recruitment strategy. Having a, you know, a hospital that has a lot more services and amenities itself helps to recruit more physicians to the area. And then the more physicians we have, they are probably also our primary recruitment tool. And so the more we have here, the more other physicians that they're willing to kind of encourage to come. And so I think that in terms of looking at a physician recruitment strategy, a hospital is an integral part of that. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Blackwell, please.
I guess I'll play devil's advocate a little bit on this one, in that I would agree that I think there was an intention, whether it was a commitment perhaps, but an intention to support this. But I've become a little bit concerned with how frequently we dip into reserves for projects that especially aren't within our jurisdiction. In that if we're going to be doing these kind of things, I do think that we need to look at putting things on the tax rate. Perhaps not all of it. I think Councillor Kavanagh found a beneficial kind of split there, but our reserve funds aren't never ending. And we all know with our asset management program that we're already $11 million a year behind on just maintaining what we have. And I think it starts to become really concerning when the answer for everything is take it from a reserve fund, because at some point we're going to be leaving future generations without much of a reserve fund at all. And I think we need to show some leadership and some decision making on if this is a priority for the community today, then we also need to ensure that some of it is borne by the community today, versus completely draining all of our reserve funds and leaving the next council or future councils and future generations in a position where they have really no cushion.
Go back to Councillor Hinchberger again, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just follow up on some comments that a couple of my councillors made. I hear what Councillor Blackwell is saying. Unfortunately, we all know, for those of us who also have an interest in what can the municipality do as far as affordable housing, that not all of the present day citizens have the same capacity. To Councillor Stewart's point about tax receipts and stuff like that, the provincial government's almost provided a perfect example in the next month or so about, in a way, how much community support there is behind doing this when they hand out $200 checks to every person above 18 years of age in the province or stuff like that. In 10,000 eligible voters, that's $2 million. It'll be very interesting to see how many people take advantage of, like my wife and I intend to, and contributing our $200 or $400 checks to the healthcare. The one thing I think with this 1.2 million that's kind of just sitting there in the healthcare fund, out of that's kind of like assigned, I think we should get off the pot and actually give that to the healthcare foundation or transfer that to the healthcare foundation at this point. Those are just a few of my thoughts based on what I've heard.
Sir Williams, please.
Thank you, through you. I just had a point maybe of clarity. For Councillor Kavanagh's motion, if it were to be approved as it is, when we talk about the operating budget on the tote board, we could potentially still do some navigation at that point to look at other ways to maybe different things to remove from the operating or whatever it is, like look at that kind of up and down to kind of still keep the rate reasonable. Like if we keep this the way it is there still an opportunity to look at it, how it is funded through operating, if that makes sense?
Yes, we will. That's one of the advantages of having corporate services keep that running tote boards, because you have a look at it and you think, well, this is a good idea. The concept of funding, I'd give the hospital all the money, but that's not a good idea. Because you see it on the tote board and your jaw drops and your eyes fly open. So we can't do that. So when we get all the pieces of all the operating capital, everything together, we look at it, and these are strong recommendations how we proceed, but always before we pass the bylaw, there's the opportunity to look at the tote board and say, no, we can, or, you know, sometimes it's a political rather than a financial answer, but there's always room for those discussions. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and through you. Yeah, I might have a solution to this. Just to clarify, the previous council has already committed 1.2 of that reserve fund. We might not have transferred it, and we keep it because we build interest on it. But as far as I'm concerned, talking to the treasurer, we're still committed. When they ask for those funds, we basically will hand the 1.2 million over to the hospital foundation. Is that correct, Roxana?
Yes, that is correct.
Then another question is that, you know, we got the 600,000. It's a fine balance between trying to keep up with, you know, trying to keep our assets managing. And, you know, I think we got maybe a possible solution, but we can't talk about it in open council yet. At least I do. But, you know, if you want to make a commitment to the hospital, you know, why don't we just commit the 400,000? And if you want to use the contingency reserve, then it doesn't reflect on the taxpayers, because the 200,000 almost represents a 1% tax increase. And we're getting up there. I mean, right now on the tote board, we have about 9% plus. You know, you can't go back to the community with that kind of number. I mean, you know, we're supposed to be all inclusive. We're supposed to be looking at affordable housing. You know, part of affordable housing is being able to pay your taxes. And we have been fairly aggressive with the tax increase over the last 2 years, almost 14%, 7 and 7, I think. Not to blend it, but our portion of it. So we need to really understand that, you know, for people on fixed income like myself and retired, this is going to really start to dig into, you know, other things that I like to keep going, like food and my car. But, you know, let's be careful, because, you know, if we're going to do a motion of this nature, let's just take it out of the contingency fund. So shows our support to the hospital, but not penalize the taxpayers this year. Thank you.
Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Hearing what my fellow councillors are saying here, would people be open to a friendly amendment, or will someone second a friendly amendment to move that 600 commitment entirely to the reserves then and take it off the operating tax rate? It feels like it goes against sort of the long-term asset management planning lessons we've all been learning. But I also understand my main concern, I'll say, for getting this year secured is that hits a certain threshold of the initial target project. And my big fear with the upcoming provincial election that's going to be happening the next month is that if the hospital can't announce that they've secured their first phase, then potentially they might lose or might not go through with the next project at the next level. I'd like to know that regardless of what comes after this, that we are going to be getting the phase 1 of the redevelopment happening. And so if I could make a friendly amendment to my own motion.
Deputy Clerk, help me out on that. Can you, is that, I expect that's procedurally correct, but can you just confirm that for me, CAO or Deputy
Yes.
Clerk, please?
Yep, he can do that.
Okay. Is there, who was the seconder for the motion? It was Councillor
Councillor
Williams.
Hinchberger.
Oh, Councillor Hinchberger. Do you agree with that friendly amendment to change the source of the funds?
I will support Councillor Kavanaugh's amendment.
Okay. Deputy Clerk, could you read the amended motion for us now, please?
That council includes 600,000 for the Kincardine Hospital Foundation for consideration, funded from the contingency reserve. Fully funded from the contingency.
So I will, I don't even have to wait for the Director of Corporate Services to speak to this. I can do it for her, and I hope she supports what I'm saying. Once again, contingency reserves are for contingencies, not for ongoing funding of particular projects. Please Director, tell me that I've been listening accurately to your comments. Contingency reserve is an availability, but it's maybe not the best option for sources. Director, could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, through you. So I have provided council with multiple reports on this in the past, and I'm glad somebody is listening. It is for contingencies, and it's also for things that come up through the year that we haven't planned for. But it also is, as mentioned before in a report, it does provide us with additional cash cushion throughout the year. So when there are comments made about how staff have not had to rely on interim funding from the operating line of credit, this is exactly why. It's because we have substantial funds that are available to us if we need it. And so the more we deplete from this fund, and I can say this is unprecedented, like to be depleting this much from this fund, that we haven't had that before in the time that I've been here. So that's over 12 years. So it is a bit unusual, and it's not something that I would recommend. I would caution council on depleting reserve funds to this extent. But I've said that before. So ultimately it is council's decision.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I didn't have a follow-up question to the Director of Corporate Services, but I do now. I'm just trying to look at Appendix C, the reserve fund listing for the capital reserve. There's no specific reference to contingency. We've used it for both contingency and in some cases new capital on one-off things, but it looks like prior to any of the decisions being made in this budget, the year-end balance is projected to be $3.6 million in the capital reserve. What would be? I just really don't have a great handle on what would be an appropriate balance to maintain in a capital/contingency reserve year after year after year.
Through you, I don't have that information available at this time. It's not an easy thing to answer, especially without having a long-term capital plan or a strategic plan. These are the types of things that would require thorough analysis. I can't give you an answer on at the moment.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, through you. Similar to, I think, a question that we'd asked the Director of Corporate Services for a previous item. What recommendation would you make to where the funds could be withdrawn if we were to approve?
Through you, this is a difficult thing to respond to. I have always said that it should come from the tax rate. So if this is an amount that council wishes to donate on behalf of the residents of Kincardine, it should be funded through property taxes.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Well, sorry, my finger didn't hit the button quick enough. Our treasurer is absolutely correct. In the history I have, we've never taken this large amount unless we have a real problem. I think that, I agree with Councillor Kavanaugh. We need to make a commitment to them so they know that the funds will be coming to them sooner or later. And if you wanted to, we still could make that commitment of 2.4, but we could reduce the amount that we're going to give every year. And maybe we cut this in half for this year and only do 300,000, but still tell them the commitment is 2.4. And then we'll take a look at our tax structure next year, because there's a couple of things that are going to happen this year that we're not really privileged to talk about, but could really help the taxpayers long term. But for this year, we're sort of handicapped. So would the councillor at charge who made the motion, would you be prepared to lower the commitment this year from the contingency fund to 300,000? But the commitment is still 2.4 to the hospital foundation.
Oh, Councillor Kavanaugh, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I think I'd like to hear more information there before I can make a commitment one way or to the other on that particular thing. And I think that would require a closed session to really dive into those details. There is also the issue, we talk about what were fund balances and what goes where and where things were and what totals were. And I I appreciate the desire to make sure that our asset management plan, is funded, and every year we contribute 3% to it. And I was trying to take that same lesson over, where if we have to come up with another 600,000, at least that will be included and spread out over the years. There have been cases in the past, however, where we have seen previous councils elect to dip into other funds to cover other issues. The one that our former councillor and colleague Doug Kennedy was very adamant about was a decision to take a waterfront pipeline that was basically put in the ground with the original intent of having the residents be force connected and have to pay for it. However, in 2005, there was an uproar, and the debt was basically stranded. As a improvised solution, there was $1 million, $1.5 million in the healthcare reserve fund that was chosen to be taken from the healthcare reserve fund early and used to pay off that water and sewer pipeline debt. With the idea that as residents then elected to connect, it would be paid back into the healthcare reserve fund. To date, a little bit less, I believe, than $500,000 has been repaid. And so we could actually have a healthcare fund here that would be $1 million higher. To me, it's just a shell game where you're moving money around. If that water pipeline fund, we say, oh, the money coming back to it is going into the contingency reserve, and we move that $1 million that's owed back to the healthcare fund from the contingency reserve and change the source of the debt, we still end up at the same end. So while I appreciate that, like, we pretend that there are certain funds for certain things and everything has a locked-in purpose, I see that historically the reality is a lot messier than that. And I'd be much more comfortable going through with the 6. And if we have to fund it with the contingency and say, when that stranded debt is repaid as people connect, it goes directly to the contingency, and we forego the healthcare repayment, I'm okay with that too. I firmly believe when they committed to the original $2.4 million, they believe that they would have that funding available. And I'm trying to make up for a past mistake. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that council isn't perfect. Sometimes council makes political decisions or decisions that they think were wise in the moment, and the bet doesn't pay off. And this would be a really silly reason for me not to, or for us to choose not to support what is going to be a cornerstone of our community going forward.
Mr. Stewart, do you still have your hand up there? Yes, you do.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. Absolutely correct what the Councillor Kavanaugh said. The only problem was it wasn't the best decision. We should have forced, you're absolutely right, but that's behind us now. When we do a water sewer line in the future, everyone joins, and that's just the way it should be, as far as my opinion is. But what happened is the council at the time decided to drain the healthcare budget, and where they were supposed to put the money, and it should have gone into the water budget, in the water reserve. So we actually paid for it with the healthcare instead of the water, because the councillors at the time didn't want the folks that use the water to have to pay for the stranded debt. So it's unfortunate, because now you're starting to see past decisions come back to haunt us now. And you're absolutely right. There would have been more than enough money in the healthcare reserve fund to pay the 2.4 without going to the taxpayers and without borrowing it from another reserve. So you're absolutely right. But I still think 600,000 out of the contingency reserve is a lot of chunk of money out of that, and we might need it in the future. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I've heard what Councillor Kavanaugh has had to say. I've taken note of the information and how you've sort of perceived the matter. I do think when you say, like, from my perception and understanding, is that the reserve funds are specifically allocated, and I know that your perception has been that money is moved around, and I know that you've sort of cast it as more of an illusion, but I think it's important that we denote that the reserves are specifically allocated, and irrespective of perhaps decisions made in the past, moving forward, we need to be clear where the funding is coming from. And I certainly support, I should preface my remarks, I support this motion in principle. I have to say, I have a moment of pause when our director once again raises sort of red flags for us concerning the amount that would be potentially coming from the reserve. And as Councillor Stewart said, this is an unprecedented amount. And so for me, that gives me a moment of pause because I don't, well, I make no aspersions about how you frame it, Councillor Kavanagh, about it being a bit of an illusion where the money's coming from. I think it's important that we denote and that the public is fully aware of where the money is being funded from. So whilst I support it, for me, perhaps not the full amount from contingency. I know that was your original thought process, Councillor Kavanagh, is that some of it being funded by the taxpayers. And I appreciate that that is always a unpopular decision. But in light of hearing from the director, I think I'm a little bit more inclined on that road.
Mr. Williams, please.
Thank you. Through you. I do think a reduction in how much we contribute could potentially have a significant impact on the project, based on Councillor Kavanagh's kind of assessment or appreciation or understanding of the commitments that were made and the funding that has not been allocated or distributed to the Hospital Foundation. They're also kind of working through with, deadlines and timelines on how much funds have to be raised before the project can begin and things like that. And so I certainly would not want to see our failure to make a commitment impact this project from happening or from happening in the time frame that the Hospital Foundations would plan to see it happen.
Hey, well, that's a lot of conversation, all good points. If I might reiterate, we as a council, though we like to fulfill the commitments of other councils, we're not obligated to do. And it doesn't matter whether we take the money from a reserve fund or a reserve or a contingency or the operating, it all comes from the taxpayer. Doesn't matter, like 3% on asset management comes from the taxpayer. The money that's in the Recreation Davidson Center Reserve Fund came from the taxpayer. The water reserves come from the taxpayer. So regardless of how you say it, it's 3% on somebody's tax bill, either now or in the future. One or the other, it doesn't matter. I believe that our commitment to the hospital, while in term, should be firm and fulfilled. I am hesitant in supporting the full commitment. I appreciate Councillor Stewart's comments, even 400,000, something like that, split between operating and a reserve fund of some sort. I can get there, but there's we are investing a significant amount of money in a whole lot of projects this year, and in the big picture, does 200,000 make that big a difference? No, but all the 200,000s that we have spent are really big. So I just saying that we're going to bring 600,000 out of the contingency fund is not going to fly in my, not going to. I think that we should make a commitment of X number of dollars, and our director can recommend. I know what her recommendation is. I'm not sure that I would go fully on the tax rate, because I know that there are people past, present, and future that will use the hospital. It's not just the people that are here right now. And slightly off the topic, our council needs to establish some sort of strategic plan. What is our plan about healthcare going to be? Like I've heard, I believe I've heard Councillor Kavanagh speak of that in a broad term before too, and I think we are funding hospital expansion, as we should, in a piecemeal sort of fashion, and it's not behooving to us or the community to do that. We need a longer term plan for that. So as the motion stands right now, I will not be supporting that, but if there is a direction to support, like we can play our part, whether it's 3 years or 4 years. We can do that, but I'm not sure that, no, I can't support just 600,000 coming out of the contingency fund at this point. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. There's just been some amendments and a lot of different opportunities or ideas about where to fund it. I'm just wondering if the motion as is can be read, please.
Deputy Clerk, please.
Okay, so that council includes 600,000 for the Kincardine Hospital Foundation for consideration in the 2025 budget, funded completely from the contingency reserve.
And sorry,
Councillor.
just to follow up, that was an amendment to an original motion, is that correct? So that it was a friendly
That's-
amendment and it's been accepted?
That's the main motion. There was a friendly amendment suggested. I don't believe Councillor Hinchberger approved that in his original motion.
I thought that there had been an acceptance of that friendly amendment, both by the mover and the seconder.
Okay. So that consideration is 300,000?
No,
Councillor Kavanaugh, can you repeat your intent on the friendly amendment, please?
Thank you very much. And through the chair, the original commitment ask was for 600,000 times 4 years, and the first 2 years are covered. And so this was discussing for just year 3. And the original motion was 200 on the tax and 400 on the contingency reserve. And it was amended and approved by myself and Councillor Hinchberger, who's been kind enough to humor me and go through this. For 600,000 on the tax rate, and now I'm just waiting for someone to amend it to what number they think is acceptable for council this year.
So the motion at this point is that we include 600,000 on the tax rate to support the hospital. No,
600,000 from a contingency reserve or reserves.
from
Yeah.
a reserve fund of some sort. Okay, thank you. You're correct. And Councillor Hinchberger supported that friendly amendment. Councillor Blackwell, did you have a follow-up question of any sort? You didn't have to. I just wanted to.
No, thanks. I was just trying to make sure I was following where we had landed if a vote was called.
CAO, you had your hand up, please.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor. I do think that, just to be clear, the motion will need to state where the funds are coming from. I don't think it can be discretionary as to where they're coming from. So if it's through contingency reserves, then I think it just needs to state that.
Councillor Kavanaugh, did you have a preferred reserve or reserve fund that you would identify for a source of these funds?
Without diving into a convoluted moving of debts owed back to the healthcare reserve fund over to the contingency and the contingency back to the healthcare reserve fund, I think just to keep it simple for everyone, the contingency reserve is acceptable.
Councillor Hinchberger, are you amenable to that recommendation?
I am.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, you had a question, please.
Yes, thank you, through you. I just wanted to confirm, the original motion acknowledges this council recognizing a total commitment of 2.4 million with 600,000 flowing this year. The second motion does not acknowledge that 2.4 million, and I just want to the total. And I just want to confirm that that is the intent of the second motion, that this is only a 1-year commitment, or are we willing to signal our commitment to the hospital redevelopment project over 4 years, recognizing that we still have to approve it each year?
Councillor Kavanaugh, do you want to respond to that, please?
Thank you very much. If the modified motion doesn't include it, it's only because I thought it was an implicit commitment that had been made by previous councils and moving forward. I understand that someone might choose to reduce the number here, but I'm still aiming for that 2.4 million so that they hit that target in that first redevelopment phases ago.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that 600,000 be taken from the contingency fund to pay for our contribution to the hospital fund redevelopment. Moved and seconded. All in favor of that motion, please indicate, please.
Can I
One.
request a recorded vote? Sorry.
Yes, absolutely. Deputy Clerk, please.
Okay, so we're,
This is kind of unusual. They normally start on the other side of the table down a little bit farther than that. So,
okay,
sorry,
so,
Councillor Stewart. That's
so the
Or-
motion stands as with the original amount of 600,000. It was not amended, and it's from the contingency fund. So Councillor Kavanaugh requested a recorded vote. So we'll start with Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Clark,
Where is she?
Deputy Mayor Clark,
Is Andrea still there?
I am, sorry, I just couldn't unmute. Yes.
Councillor Hinchberger,
Yes.
Councillor Stewart,
No.
Councillor Blackwell,
No.
Councillor Williams,
Yes.
Passed.
and Mayor.
no. So the motion is passed for inclusion in the 2025 budget. Are there any
Thank you.
further capital projects that any councillor want discussion before we move on to the operating budget? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Yes, thank you. Through you, I'd like to discuss the boardwalk project, if we could, please.
Would you like to make a motion so we know what we're talking about? Or is it just if you have a question to direct to the director and then we can return, but we're not just going to wander around, if you don't mind, please.
Sure. It's specifically about the change in material from the initial presentation that council received. So back in March, when council approved the draft design, the recommendation at the time was for composite material, and the project in the budget is for concrete, for an entirely concrete boardwalk. So I'm just wanting to possibly hear what is behind the rationale for changing the material, what the potential budget impact is in terms of what the original material would have been versus this, and just hear from fellow councillors if they're prepared to approve that as is, or whether they'd like to remove that project from the budget at the moment and have further discussion on it.
Can I direct that question to the Director of Community Services in regards to that? Is the boardwalk even under consideration for rehabilitation this year?
Through you, the boardwalk is in consideration for rehabilitation if council approves it. It's currently in the 2025 budget. Certainly when the engineering firm met with council, probably, I think it was last spring, there was a desire to keep the structure in a similar format of it looking like wood, and that would be a man-made wood composite. Further investigation has revealed that in order to proceed with a structure like that, it shortens the lifespan of it and it increases the cost because we will need another subsurface along the middle in order to avoid the wood surfacing, man-made wood surfacing warping. And so further consideration has been given to a stamped concrete that looks like a wood surfacing, which will double the life expectancy for that sidewalk. It also will eliminate wood or sand from migrating to underneath the boardwalk, which requires staff to remove on a regular basis. The access points from the boardwalk to the beach would be the composite to which the counselor is referring to. And those sections can also be converted into sand mitigations, which can stand on their side and keep the sand on the beach as opposed to the boardwalk during the off-shoulder seasons.
Director. Okay. Moving on to, here's the question. Do you want to break now for a half an hour, or do you want to wander into the operating budget for a little while? Councillor Stewart?
I just got a call from CAA to get my car out of a snowbank. So if we could, and the council approves, could we break right now for half an hour? Thank you.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you to you, Mayor. I'm fine with breaking right now. I just like I'm not sure I'm done with the discussion on the boardwalk because there's some information I heard today that I really wasn't aware of. Okay, let's pick it up after the break.
Okay, so we will be back at 12:30. Reconvene at 12:30. Thank you very much, council and staff, for your participation this morning. It's challenging online, but we've done good work.
Hi, Rory. Bill here. Good arguments today.
Did you get your car unstuck?
Yeah, mission accomplished.
Good for
Mission
you.
totally accomplished. Got it unstuck, just got back, so I'm ready. But your comments around the hospital fund, they were good comments.
It's
It's a
a
tough one.
one.
Those are tough ones. Those are always tough ones.
No, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But it is nice. What do you think of the online video format? Do you prefer face to face, or does this work for you?
Just so you
As
know,
a
we
wor-
are still
Oh,
streaming,
Okay.
just so you know.
Cheers to everyone.
As a working session, great. When you have to make final decisions, I prefer to do it face to face.
Fair.
But this is becoming a very good working session.
Well, it lets us drill into those items, right? Having the tote board ahead of time, you do your research, you come in, you can argue, make a decision.
We don't always agree, but we're here fighting it through. Oh, where's
Whoa.
the tote board? Here it is. Oh. Just remember we're live.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if too many people are listening in. They're probably trying to find their cars. Are the highways closed? I didn't even make it out to Lake Street, but people are happy that they can actually drive along Lake Street for another 3 hours. But every 3 hours, the wind and the snowbanks pretty well close us down.
So 21's closed, and as of lunchtime today, the Tiverton Sports Complex closed. The Davidson Center, or the pool at the Davidson Center, is closing at 1 p.m. The MAC is closed, because we're not there. And I think Underwood Community Center is definitely closed too, but I don't know for sure. So yeah.
How's it driving in town? Have you even ventured out?
I got as far as Elgin Market School on the south end, and yeah, there's a few snowdrifts. It's really interesting because it's beautiful and sunny outside, and then you go anywhere where there's wind and you can't see.
The only saving grace, it's not sort of snowing too, it's just blowing.
The front end loader and the dump trucks are down on my street right now.
Oh, you won't get anywhere in your street. If it's anything like Lake Street, you'll be lucky. We'll have to have a secret out to Connaught Park.
They're doing a good job, actually. I think 4 dump truck fulls have left so far.
That's excellent.
I always wanted to, this is a real speculation, but I always wanted to get all those places along that street of yours having access through Connaught Park, and then close up that road, because it's a tough road to maintain, with high water and snow. And I know you wouldn't mind, Mike, having access right to the beach without a road between you.
Well, I've become quite used to living down here with people using the public walkway in front of my house, and people walk by all the time. I quite like it.
Yeah, I have a public walkway beside mine. I have chairs at the end, and I quite like having people through.
Which soup did you pick today?
Yeah,
What
not
was
today.
your soup
No.
today?
Yeah, there's nobody even leaving the house. But we all talk on Lake Street. There's quite a few of us that live here full time. We all talk in the morning. Anyone need any milk? Does anyone need any bread? And we start to, divvy up what we have. Well, I got an extra milk. Here's some milk, because we're not going anywhere today.
I'd just like to state for the record that I had no involvement at all in municipal staff coming down and dig my street out.
Hey, Mike, is that a dig at me?
No, no.
There's those famous words, recording in progress, and the conversation all stops. Right.
Oh, no, we've been talking.
Oh, you weren't recorded though.
No, we were recorded, right? We never stopped recording, I don't think.
Okay, here we are back for our afternoon session regarding the 2025 Municipality of Kincardine budget. Councillor Hinchberger, you had a question regarding a capital item, please.
Yeah, thank you, through your mayor. In the lunch break, I went back and read through the project page for the boardwalk, and it seems like the scopes changed. It's like Councillor Blackwell had said. I remember really well the meeting when we were asked to produce a conceptual design, and I was really focused on the idea of that it had both a mix of composite decking and concrete, because I was really trying to hold on as tightly as possible to the idea of a natural wood boardwalk while realizing that, some things like composite, like I have on my front porch and at the back, is a better choice. So to see it somehow, I don't know when this changed, somehow the direction is entirely towards concrete, stamped concrete boardwalk that might look like boards. When I'm trying to examine when I missed something. Because
Perhaps we can have the Director of Community Services bring a report back to the next budget meeting or something like that. Can we do that?
Are you asking me or the director?
Yes.
Happy to do that.
Perhaps our director could just give us an update of where we are in the scope of that project, please.
Yes, thank you. And through you, lots of conversations with the engineer through this project and making sure we leave a positive, lasting legacy for the users of the beach. Certainly the conversations and the comments that the engineer had heard through the public engagement process was to have limited change to the aesthetics of the boardwalk, and therefore we know it's a wooden boardwalk right now. Further review of the material itself certainly has brought forward some concerns by using a boardwalk. Majority of them is really the life expectancy of going through the prefab, the man-made wood, as opposed to having a concrete one. It certainly gives a longer life as well. By going with the composite, it increases the maintenance for staff. And we reflected back and really knew that we didn't have capacity to provide that maintenance for the boardwalk if we were to go that route, because we know we can't maintain the maintenance that it requires today. Also, we know that we try and sweep it weekly, and we do that with a trackless. So that weight would also have an impact potentially with the man-made surfacing. And it also pulls up the boards, which we are experiencing right now. The added weight of the boardwalk would potentially do some warping to that surfacing as well. And the additional cost to have some type of mid-concrete support in the middle of that entire boardwalk would increase and drive up that cost. The concrete avoids the sand getting trapped under a boardwalk, which right now it's pushing the boardwalk up and off. So by having it all concrete would certainly eliminate that need of having to remove that on a regular basis as well. There is a similar product that they've just completed in Owen Sound along the marina, which is a concrete stamped, and it looks like boardwalk. I've seen some pictures of it. Looks very much like a wooden boardwalk. Keeping with fads is the concrete also abides by that. It makes it a little bit easier for caregivers, either people pushing wheelchairs or in strollers, to have that seamless pushing. Once you get into a wooden boardwalk or the prefab, you start to see the warping on the edges as well, which we have now in there. And so there were a number of issues really that we looked at, and at the end of the day, it was the life expectancy and the shelf life that we would get out of concrete. As I said before, it's a bit of a mixture in that the prefab we would be doing on the access points to the beach, and that gives us some flexibility to assist us with the sand migration as well. So our focus was really on what are we able to maintain with our existing workforce from a long-term perspective, and from a lasting legacy on what we leave to the public. Do we want to be replacing this boardwalk in a shorter amount of time if we go with the prefab? And those were some of the discussions that we've had internally.
If I could follow up, Your Mayor?
Yeah.
Worship Mayor Ken. Brings up a couple of supplementary questions. The one in the 2024 budget, in the 5-year capital forecast, this boardwalk had a cost of $500,000. I won't dig through 2025 right now, but I think it's up at 750. If you could comment a bit on that. And then I just say, I understand the idea about the consideration of maintenance and cost and longevity, but there is also some value that humans put on spending things for aesthetics, even though that they might not last forever. So then I'm going to, after you answer those two questions, I think I'm going to move that this capital project be set aside pending receiving a report that the mayor describes so that council can make apprise themselves of what has changed and, evaluate whether we want to be purely function or whether form matters. Thanks.
Director, please.
Thank you. Through you. I think I got the first question. I'm not sure about the second one, but certainly when we look at the original cost, we did some predictions, and until we start to investigate further, do we get a better idea of what the costs were? So we put in as a placeholder for 500,000, and through the process of getting some additional prices, then we were it was brought forward that the cost was going to increase significantly, which also includes, may I add, project management. This project was being project managed by an outside source, not ourselves. We certainly don't have capacity to project manage this project, but we were cognizant of the issues that we've inherited with this boardwalk, and those are being safety for the most part, safety from the existing condition of the boardwalk. Also recognize that the changes to the boardwalk are also in alignment with the safety measures that we are seeing, that we've presented to council from the peers perspective and the incidents that we've had at the board at Station Beach as well. Now, your second question, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I necessarily caught that.
I'm trying to remember it myself, but I'll go with a substitute here. Now I'm a little confused. If we're not project managing this project, I'm having a little trouble understanding its potential impact on the All Wheels Park in a discussion that was held earlier today.
Yep.
The second question, if I may, it was form versus function.
Yeah, and that's a decision I think ultimately at some point council makes choices, because I think if you go back to, was it the Lions that helped to make that happen originally? They probably knew at the time that probably concrete would be the most functional, and pressure treated wood with people purchasing boards wouldn't last, but I think they knew that going in. And
so if I may,
yeah.
I'm not opposed to the conversation.
Yeah.
But rather than extending this budget conversation, could we have, we're not going to approve the final budget today. We're going to ask a draft budget to be brought forward.
Yep.
But we have questions regarding form and functions and things like that. Could we hold just a little bit until we, at least give the director a chance? She knows some of the intent of council, and she can be better prepared to bring those details forward.
That works for me.
If that's okay.
Yes.
Councillor Blackwell, you have a question.
Yeah. Thank you. Through you, I'm just wondering if that report could include possible images for council to be able to make a determination. I have looked at some of the concrete boardwalks, and some of them do look very similar to what we have right now. Because I think for the community, especially, that is a fairly cherished amenity, and so having a sense of what it's going to look like will help with meaningful feedback. The other thing that I am wondering about whether it could potentially be in that report is one of the things that came up a lot during the waterfront master plan was the dynamic beach, and the fact that the dunes are continuing to grow and potentially move. And so one of the challenges for me in thinking about a concrete boardwalk is its permanence long term. For some, that might be a positive. It also might be an environmental negative if we need to move the boardwalk in 20 years as conditions change. So those are just some of the things I'm wondering if we can kind of see within the report beyond just cost. There's also been some places that have done like a combination. They've done like composite underlay with wood on top or combination. So I think there still needs to be some conversations, at least around our table, and with some feedback from the community about what they really want to see for this asset, because it's a fairly defining feature of our tourism, of our community. When you Google pictures of Kincardine, you get the lighthouse and the boardwalk. Those are kind of the two things. So I would like there to be a little bit more consideration given to it from kind of, as Councillor Hinchberger said, perhaps from more than just one angle.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stewart, was that a shopping list you were holding up? Was that something for us, or was it something different?
No, it's a shopping list for the operations, but we're sort of talking capital. Are we going to go back to operations?
Yeah, we're just done capital now. There was that request before we adjourned for lunch to finish that discussion.
Because I have a couple of capital questions too, but I thought we'd go back to operations and then we go back to capital. Please.
No. Tell me about your capital, please.
Okay. Yes, I do have a few questions. Let me just make sure I get this in the right order. I'd like to go to the fire truck, the aerial fire truck, if you don't mind. And that's on page 349 of our capital projects. Let everyone have a sec. This was going to be a capital project of 2.4 million. We were going to fund it some through reserves. And unfortunately, we're going to do outside debt of 1.5. I sort of have a question around that, but I think everyone saw, I think I sent you an Owen Sound article about them having the same concerns as us in replacing their aerial truck, and they actually replaced it for about $400,000. And our friends up at Saugeen Shores actually had replaced their truck by buying a used truck. So I think that we should defer this project until 26, and we need to take a look at some of the options. And there's about 3 viable options versus just paying 2.4 million for a truck and having a loan. So
can you make that a motion, please?
Okay. Motion is to defer the $2.5 million for an aerial truck until 26 to have a chance to review options.
Okay, there's been a motion to defer this capital item till the 2026 budget. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hinchberger. Discussion. Is there any further discussion, Councillor Stewart?
Yes, there's the 3 options, and we should really take a look at it before we just go ahead and buy a new truck. There's option 1 that you can refurbish an existing truck even at that age. Option 2 is go and try to go find an existing one that's a little newer that might have to be refurbished or in good shape. That would be a lot less than 2.4. Plus also, there's also the last option that you can actually borrow and have an agreement with a neighboring municipality, and then it wouldn't, we're not really breaking anything, and that would still allow us for the underwriters to be okay in our insurance. One thing that we asked the fire chief to do, and I don't know if he's available today to tell us, he was going to tell us how many times that the aerial truck, not just going out as a pumper, but going out as an aerial truck, and using the ladders, how many times last year or in 24 was it being used? And he was supposed to bring that to the table, but I'm not sure if he had enough time.
I don't know. CAO, is Fire Chief Gallant online as well?
Yes, he looks like he's available to speak. I know he was going to attempt to determine whether or not that last option would meet the conditions or meet the expectations of the fire underwriter surveys. I'm just not sure if he's had a chance to hear back from them yet. So I would defer to Chief Gallant.
Chief Gallant, you online?
Yes, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you for the questions. I did have an opportunity to speak to the fire underwriters last week and also do a fair bit of other research. So I guess I'll just start in a Reader's Digest kind of version to say that fire underwriter survey, not easy for a French person to say, is essentially the rating mechanism that determines what fire protection services you can offer for a municipality. So they'll rate you between 1 and 10. Currently, Kincardine sits at the level of 5. Not having an aerial device for a municipality our size with the type of building stock we have, and they generally say between 3 and 5 buildings that are over 3 stories, and we have upwards of 10 now. They would deem that our community requires having an aerial device for that. And what it does is doesn't mean the council can choose not to, that it would just affect essentially the insurance rates. So these are just general numbers, but what they were saying was that every time you move up a level of rating, so right now we're at a 5, so if we were to move to a 6, they expect that the insurance companies, when they look at Kincardine and say, what level are you at? And if it moves to a 6, they expect a 10 to 15% jump in insurance premiums. So if you were taking a $2,000 insurance policy, you could expect perhaps about a $200 increase for every dwelling. And right now we have about 6,000 dwellings. So that would mean potentially an increase to the ratepayers of about 1.2 million in insurance increases if we don't have a ladder truck. One of the questions was, can a neighboring municipality provide this service? They indicate that for commercial properties, the ladder trucks are required to be 5 kilometers from the station and 8 kilometers for dwellings. If the vehicle is not there, then they would rate it the same as not being protected by this device. So I asked specifically, could a neighboring community, and right now the ladder truck in, say, Saugeen Shores is housed in Southampton, and it's about, just to get my kilometers right, it's about 31 kilometers to Tiverton, so it would well be beyond the ability. It's about 15 kilometers to our border. So they would say that that would not suffice as protection for the municipality on that. So that's kind of the Reader's Digest, is that essentially this asset should have been replaced at 20 years. They will continue rating it till about 25. At 26 or 27, they're at the point now where they would say that the community is not protected by this device. So there's always a risk right now that the insurance premiums will go up for residents based on what I was able to ascertain through the fire underwriters. So now that being said, we're at essentially 26 years old. The further we delay this, obviously there'll be additional costs. And to Councillor Stewart's point is, we would look at all avenues for replacement of this apparatus, whether it's a refurbished device, whether it's slightly used that might be a few years older. We would obviously look at all those items. For the number of calls, I was able to ascertain how many calls it went through, but the way we record things would be, I had to actually go through each one to ascertain, was the aerial device actually put up and used? But essentially over the last 6 years, it was used 70 times, 62, 55, 61. So on average, about 67 times a year it went out. But I would have to do a little more digging to understand how many times it was actually used. And the point of the aerial device is also essentially an insurance policy. So just because it might not have been used last year doesn't mean it won't have to be used this year. That's the point of how the insurance underwriters look at that. So hopefully that's an explanation.
So if I may clarify, Fire Chief, you haven't spec'd out this fire truck. This would be the purchase price for a new unit, whereas the actual number for the actual vehicle might come in at one of Councillor Stewart's options, whether it's used, refurbished, whatever. So there is that option as well. Okay.
Yes.
Blackwell, please.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Through you, that was just going to be one of my questions was, I expected, sorry, through you, if I didn't say that, I expected that the fire chief would be looking at all options, and that certainly sounds like he is. So I think that's really great. And then my preference would not be to delay this project any further. I think that the age of the apparatus and the length of time it has sometimes taken to get them into service means we really should be moving on it as quickly as we can.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Fire Chief, for explaining that. That was very helpful. The problem now we have is that we can't cover anything in Tiverton over 3 stories because our fire truck, aerial truck, will be in Kincardine. It's over the 8 kilometers. So that's another problem we're going to have to solve sooner or later. So what I need to understand is, yes, I have no problems. I know we have to replace this, but I really want to look at the options. So how do we sort of guarantee that you're going to come back with as many options as possible instead of the option? Because if we approve this, we're giving you permission to do 2.4 million in the budget. So we need some assurance that this has to come back for another approval prior to you purchasing whatever you're going to purchase. Would that be agreeable with you? And how do we do that procedurally to protect ourselves that we're just not going to go right into the 2.4 without exhausting, because two of our neighbors have done a very good job about reducing their total cost by refurbishing one and the other one basically buying a second-hand one.
So if I may be so bold, if we look at the capital project, you see that there is roughly speaking, 1.5 million of debt financing and 900,000 plus minus of internal financing. So we, the fire chief may have approval for $1 million, but if he wants the brand new model that's 2.5, he needs council approval to approve that debt financing. And if we don't give that to him, then he can't have it. So it's that would be one of the guarantees that I would see as council maintaining control of those expenditures.
Can we just get an opinion from the treasurer?
We would certainly see the options coming back, Councillor, and perhaps Fire Chief has another answer besides that as well. Fire Chief, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess my history and experience would be one thing I could say is what I've done in the past is explain to councils that this would be the high end, and then come back with suggestions and opportunities that would exist. I need to be a little more familiar with our purchasing policies here, but I would have no issues at all if council were to say that the fire chief would come back with specific recommendations based on all of these, so that council looks at that, because I do believe that we work as a partnership and trying to find the best possible solution. So I would have no issues with that, and just as long as it works with our policies and procedures.
So as we see in this proposal, there are no, there is no tax implications, and any of the financing would need to be approved by council from the debt from the reserves anyway, Councillor. I see our Director of Corporate Services has their hand up. If you would please, Roxanne.
Yes, through you. So yes, the procurement policy has thresholds in place. So any project over $100,000 or any purchase over $100,000 has to be brought back to council for approval. Staff doesn't have the ability to award a contract if it's in excess of this. So this would certainly meet that criteria. I did want to just qualify, Mayor, your comments regarding the tax implications. Traditionally, when we do borrow funds, we normally ensure that we include those repayments in our current budget, even though it may not have implications until the subsequent year. That's been our practice. However, this particular year, staff, in order to comply with council's request to keep the tax rate increase below 8%, this was one of the methods that we used. It's not ideal, but we have put forward the proposal to proceed with a debenture with the repayments budgeted for the 2026 budget, and that would be fully on the tax rate at a tax impact of, hold on, I do have that somewhere on here. Oh, I actually don't think I quantified it necessarily, but, oh, sorry, 0.8%. So it is included in the budget package. So that would be the impact for the subsequent year for 2026.
Councillor Stewart, please. You're muted, sir.
Sorry, my big fingers don't always work. I have a couple other ones for the fire chief, if you don't mind. I just want to clarify. Page 350, which is the mini pumper. We have a budget of $650,000. And from our last conversation, I was talking about there's a hybrid that you could go up to, or is it 550? I'd like to go and increase that by 100,000. Because these hybrids, what I see in their operations are really good for wildfires and all sorts of things. Plus, they can carry 500 gallons of water on them, which classifies as a pumper unit with the underwriters. So have you,
Councillor Stewart, can you make a motion here to see if we're going to have this discussion?
Yes,
we still have one on the floor.
Oh,
we never approved it. You're right.
Well, we withdraw it. Like, are you prepared, say, to withdraw based on what we've heard, or?
Yeah, I'm prepared to withdraw the last motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
so the motion for 350 would be with the mini pumper to increase the capital by 100,000 to look at hybrid mini pumpers that could classify themselves with a 500-gallon tank on them as a pumper.
Can we
With
get
the
a
under,
seconder for that, please? Just
Yes.
to, so there's been a motion that we increase the
mini pumper.
mini pumper from a 300.
550.
I'm sorry, what page is that on, Councillor? 350?
350. I think it's 550,000. I'm not sure. Maybe the fire chief.
An increase of 550,000 to 650,000.
Correct.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Williams, please. Thank you. Councillor Stewart, carry on. Thank you.
I guess one of the questions is really to the fire chief. Do you see any value increasing? These newer models coming from Europe are really like a hybrid of a mini pumper that gives us a lot more flexibility, especially for the roads that are, most of our roads along the lakeshore are private and it's hard to get a bigger truck down. Plus this could help us with wildfire or some sort of field fire. Have you looked into this at all? Plus with the 500-gallon tank on these ones, it does classify as a pumper as far as the underwriters are concerned. Please comment.
Fire chief, please.
Through you, Mayor Craig. Yes, so when I was putting the numbers together, I had several conversations with several different manufacturers. So that's where I came up with the budget number based on exactly the items that you're talking about. So I see this unit being required for the smaller areas to be able to get through as a pumper, but also it's used for field fire. So the items you're talking about were actually items that I spoke to get budget numbers from the different manufacturers. So I actually, we agree on this one for sure.
Then I withdraw the motion, Mayor.
Okay, anything else, Councillor Stewart?
Yes, sorry about this, and I hope I'm not boring the other fellow councillors. Page 347, that's the women's facility upgrade at the fire hall in Kincardine. We had some.
You'd like to make a motion, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we will have another review of this project prior to doing an R4Q.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Stewart's motion? Seeing none, we're moving on.
Okay.
Thank you, Ben. Anything else?
Yes, I have page 336. And that's the 336. That's in Tiverton Sports Community, the board replacement. I just wanted to ask the director. I know that we're waiting for a grant. We talked about a grant for the boards, plus also for the floor itself. What I'm worried about, and maybe we can get comments, and my motion would be to delay this until we get the grant approval or not approval, plus a little more discussion around replacing the floor itself at the arena.
There's a motion moved by Councillor Stewart that we defer project our 134 Tiverton Sports Center board replacement. Is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor Clark, thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Deputy Mayor. One of the considerations, if you're going to replace, and maybe we can ask the director to comment on this, is that if we're going to replace the boards, it's a good time to replace the floor at the same time, because if you replace the boards and then want to replace the floor a couple of years from now, you have to remove the boards. And I know that we're still waiting. I don't know the status of the grant, but maybe we can ask the director if this would make sense to delay it and defer it till next year until we hear back from the grant, or we increase the budget next year to do the floor at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor. Director of Corporate Services, please. Not corporate services, community services.
Thank you for the question through you. Our bigger concern is the condition of those boards. We've been told by our service providers that they will no longer work on them. They are beyond fixing and need to be replaced. And knowing that and leaving them in for another year does concern staff. We just received this morning a report from Demeter Engineer, which we hope to bring forward to council within the next month to provide you an update on the full condition of that facility. I do have concern removing this one for the safety of our patrons. I can appreciate your rationale on wanting to pause it for sure, but I just want it stated that staff do have a concern, and it's a strong safety concern, and it's been addressed by our service provider numerous times.
Follow-up question.
Yes,
If we replace the boards, if we have to replace the floor in 5 years, do we have to remove the boards?
Through you, yes, we will, and I believe the report indicates the cost to do that as well, and it is significant. So if we do, we will have to remove those dashers if we replace that flooring.
So would it be prudent to actually delay this approval until we get a full assessment of the building itself too?
Council, through you, council may decide to go through that process. My biggest concern is that with this facility and the condition of this facility and the depreciated mode that it's in, we may be coming to you and closing the building and losing a season. And I just want council to be fully aware of that. We're not talking a couple of little maintenance issues. This facility needs a significant amount of money into it in order to keep the doors open. This is the main priority right now because it's a safety issue for our users. Ideally, a long-term plan would have been the way to go. And sometimes it does feel like it's knee-jerk with this building, but there are so many variables and so many modes of depreciation that this one is the highest of priority, or we would not have put it in.
Just to follow up, thank you very much for the report, and I appreciate it. One of the things that I feel that council are seeing more and more, it's almost coming to the point that we have no decision-making at all. It's coming to the point that these things are a crisis. Somehow we got to get around that crisis mode and at least have a 3 or 4 year projection instead of having all these crises. Because I've heard 3 or 4 crisis situation, fire trucks, boards, and things like that, and sidewalks and various other things. It'd be nice to have a little more time to really think about these things. And I'm not sure, when's the grant going to be approved or not approved? Do we know the time frame for that? Because that grant was supposed to replace the floor and the boards and a few other things. I believe the compressor too. So have we heard anything from the government on that grant?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we have not received any notification at this point, and I'm not aware of any communities that have received funding either.
Okay. Any further questions from other councillors? So there is a motion on the floor. CAO, you have your hand up, please.
Sorry, yes, so just to say, if there is going to be if the writ is going to be dropped this week, then would be unlikely to hear about this grant until an election has been completed and government is in place at the provincial level.
Okay, we have the motion on the floor to defer this capital item. All in favor of deferral, please? One. Just checking the rest of my screen. Any opposed? Just now got one. And yeah, so the motion is defeated. Councillor Stewart, please.
Sorry about this. Once again, page 153, this would be for the Director of Infrastructure, G104. This is to do with the upgrading of our water treatment plants. It's either between Adam and Mark. I just looked at the budget here. And
there's a motion here, isn't there?
And my motion is to have a further understanding of the costs associated with this capital project. And why are we using $400,000 in CCBF RF 71 reserve funds for this project?
So you're not moving to defer or amend or something. You just want to understand the funding sources.
Yes, please. And then I might make a motion after that.
Director of Infrastructure or Manager of Environmental Services, could you comment on this, please?
Because we're 1.1 over budget. That's million.
So through you, Mayor Craig, I'm not really certain where the over budget comment comes from, but so historically through the process for the Bruce Power Water Review, we've tabled a number of reports to this term and the previous term of council to get to the point where we're at. Within the overarching agreement with Bruce Power, there's a component of the treatment plant that is deemed a benefit to Kincardine as a user, not necessarily Bruce Power. And the purpose of that is that it gives us the opportunity to have capacity to provide that to development opportunities. So within that agreement, we came up with the percentages of what Bruce Power would pay and what Kincardine would pay. At the time, there was an estimate that was put together within that budget, within that agreement as well. So what we can do, if it would be helpful for council, because I realize that there's a number of reports and agreements and all of that collectively are formulated to get us to this point of bringing forward a presented project and a number in totality. We can take a look back at that stuff and do a recap report for council. And then just refresh on where we are, where we aren't in terms of what the original projections are and where we are. In terms of how it's funded, what reserves monies are coming from, I would turn that over to Roxana to speak to that component.
Director, please.
Yep, so we have the municipal portion of 2.389 million coming from the existing water reserve funds, and we decided for 400,000 of it, we decided to fund it from the gas taxes, and that's just because we haven't typically used the gas tax allocation for water safety and treatment before. So it was just it can be changed. It was just an option to use those funds for this project.
But none on the tax levy. It all goes through the water reserve and the gas tax reserve. Yes, okay, thank you. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you through your mayor. To the Director of Corporate Services, just out of curiosity, what might be some of the other avenues other than the Canada Community Benefit Fund that you might be thinking?
Through you, so it would just all be funded from the water reserves.
And at this point in time, you would not have a concern if that was done about getting the water reserve into a position where we might have to borrow? So
through you, so the amount of 400,000 compared to the total amount of the project, I mean, we already have 2.4 coming out of it. So if you wanted to modify that by an additional 400,000, we could do so.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, on the original estimate, it was like $4.5 million, and this new one's 6.6. I know that the estimate was done last year and everything, so I just wanted to understand that extra $1 million. And it sounds like we're going to get an explanation. My motion would be to move the $400,000 back into the water. That's where it belongs, into the water reserve fund. So that's a motion. Anyone willing to second that?
There's a motion that we move the total contribution from the municipal perspective to the water reserve. A seconder for that, Councillor Hinchberger. Is there any further discussion, Bill? Mike? Councillor Blackwell, you have a question?
Sorry, no, I don't have a question. I just, I would be supportive of that as well as a user rate. I think we've made a commitment to fully fund our water through user fees. And so I think that would be in line with that approach.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of that motion to utilize water reserve funds? 1, 2, 3, 4, that's carried. All right, very good. Your arm's going to get sore after a while, Bill.
I apologize, but I went through with a fine tooth comb on the weekend. Page 390, sorry, 239. It's zero or the letter O, 011. It's the septic tank airport. I'm not quite sure. Did we make a final decision on that one? I know we talked about it at the last meeting to defer it until next year because we wanted to wait until we see an airport review report from the staff. Is that where we left that? I just need an agreement. Looks like Mike's agreeing. So we deferred that.
Just to confirm, yes, when our Director of Infrastructure, that project is deferred.
Perfect. That's all I care about. I think that is it. Thank you very much, and thank you, Council.
Okay, so at this point, it would appear that we have dealt with the capital projects. There's a couple of reports from directors coming back to identify or to answer some questions the council's put forward. At this point, we're moving to the operational budget. If there's a couple of motions and on our agenda that we will deal with first, and then if there are subsequent motions, we can present them by council. So on our agenda package, 3.1A Community Development Coordinator, moved by Councillor Blackwell, second by Councillor Clark, that council support a change in scope of the proposed part-time strategic initiatives position to that of a community development coordinator with an initial focus on affordable housing, creating a welcoming, inclusive accessibility community through IDEA initiatives, and to provide support as needed to the manager's strategic initiatives for emerging council priorities. Council Blackwell, you get first dibs here. Just if you would, before you go too far into the identify the change in scope that this has come from to where you have presented at this point, please.
So thank you through you. So when council was doing the strategic plan, it was identified that there was a desire to continue doing the work that was already being done within the IDEA or around IDEA, I guess, that inclusion diversity piece. And so there was when the budget was drafted, there was also a potential position, a part-time position that would be working on those initiatives in order to free up the manager to take on the MAT tax and short-term rentals. So part of my rationale for asking for a change in scope is to potentially future-proof this position so that we're not necessarily hiring a position permanently full-time for IDEA forever, because there was some discussion that some of the projects could be transitioned to community groups, that capacity could be built. And so I'm trying to think long-term in terms of how this would benefit our community. We have a lot of other initiatives that we're looking at, including working potentially towards some affordable housing. So I just wanted to maintain the hours of the position, maintain what they're doing, but just allow the scope to be a little bit more flexible so that they can ebb and flow with the work of strategic initiatives, which that was the rationale.
Okay. To our corporate services department, could you throw up the tote board, please? So at this point, we have community development plus staff programs at 80,000. So should this motion pass, could you put up on the screen what the effect of that would be, please? Do you have some sort of idea what that number would? Can you give us an idea what the budget number might be? Because I believe this is the part-time plus the program costs. If you went to,
sorry, are you speaking to me or to?
No, I'm talking to our corporate services folks, because if we're going to, like, you're talking about a permanent full-time, aren't you, Councillor Blackwell?
No, it would be the same hours. It would just be that the position was less strict in its definition.
Okay, corporate services, you don't have to do anything on the tow board. Excuse me, that was my misunderstanding. I had thought with the scope, the wages would change too. So, okay, if there's no change, that's fine. We can go back to the viewer screen. So all you're talking about is just a job description. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Hinsberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I talked to my colleague a bit about this one. I want to be true to something that I've said earlier. I'm a big proponent of the municipality doing what it can related to affordable housing, but I want to minimize it to the extent possible. And I think it's kind of an interim thing. It's not a sustained thing. So I'm not really fully on board with funding some things that we have to do municipally for related to affordable housing to get something going, if council chooses to do that, out of a position funded by the tax rate. Like, I'd much rather see that whatever hours that might be needed to be billed toward doing affordable housing work come out of the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund and not be added to the a tax rate. Because I'm really trying to sell the idea is I'm not advocating in any way that we become a full-time permanent player in affordable housing. I just want us to get off the ground. So I'd rather that part not be in the proposal.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, I think sometimes also the word affordable housing can mean really specific things to different people. The rationale for including that in the motion that I drafted, and I'm happy if people want to remove it, but the rationale was to help drive forward our housing action plan. So the economic development coordinator was working quite a bit on broadly affordable housing, not just on very specific subsidized housing on municipal land, but more broadly on elements related to affordable housing. And I think that might be something this position can assist with as that department continues to try to drive that entire action plan forward. So that was my rationale. Again, I would say it's much broader than a very one specific project.
If I could have a follow-up, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor, if the affordable housing aspect of that line item was removed from it, what would the operating expense and net tax rate impact then look like?
From Councillor Blackwell's perspective, it doesn't change. It's just a different scope of work.
I'm trying to get to the same point I mentioned earlier. So, like, literally, if I'm just curious to know, is what anticipated, if that were to be approved, what percentage of that $80,000 that represents the development staff and program costs would we anticipate would be spent on an affordable housing file?
We would have to ask the CAO that question. CAO, and it's a little premature. You've not been able to work this into a work plan or anything, but is there any ideas you could offer council in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, the premise of the position, as I understood it, was to help offset the amount of time that the manager of strategic initiatives has been focused in the last couple of years on specific initiatives out of the IDEA work. So that's how that originally was brought up by council, and an adjustment to this again, this isn't something that staff proposed. This is a position that council has proposed. So we haven't had necessarily the time. There's certainly been conversations with council members of interested in moving this along and to help support the work of strategic initiative on a couple of fronts. And so what I've gathered is there's just generally an interest to make sure that the work of the manager doesn't that work carries on as someone else is there to help with it and to make it a little more broad so that it can be fluid. So I guess we haven't come up with a position description to match that at this point. We're just waiting council direction on that.
Then your worship, I think I got it right that time. I'd like to move that we remove the affordable housing component of the position description.
Would like to make an amendment to the motion.
That's correct.
Okay, is there a seconder for the proposed amendment that we remove the reference to affordable housing?
I'm okay with it.
Councillor Williams, okay. So that amendment is pretty straightforward as far as what it means, what it implies, all those sorts of things. So there's been a move, an amendment proposed that we remove the scope of this to not include any work on affordable housing. All in favor of that amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that carried. So the change in scope okay. The way the motion reads now is basically where we were back at the start. This is a part-time position with program expenses to help with the welcoming, inclusive, and accessibility community. So if there's more discussion about this, but there is no more discussion because we just took out the part that changed the scope. So if there's any more, if there's any more productive discussion on this, it's welcome, but otherwise I would suggest that we deal with the motion as it reads now.
Enough substance.
Okay, so we are, we still have on the board this part-time position within the IDEA portfolio under strategic initiatives. So all in favor of confirming that that's going to be the position that this person is going to have, all in favor, please. If you got it, that's one, Beth and Andrea and Mike and myself and Rory, so that carried. Okay. Another one of the operating expense questions is regarding the patio support for downtown businesses. And our manager, Laura Fiozzi, can speak to this. So there are two options here that staff have recorded. You know, we had these conversations at our last budget meeting. One is that council support the cost recovery and according to rates and fees, or there's second option, of course, is that council waive the fees for on-street patios and amend the draft operating budget. So I need a mover and seconder from council to present one of these motions so that we can have our discussion. Councillor or Deputy Mayor Clark, please.
I'm happy to propose the motion that the fees are waived.
Okay, do we have a seconder for the motion that they're waived? Councillor Hinchberger. Deputy Mayor, you want to speak to that further?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. So initially, I think I was kind of on the fence of this, like the fees didn't seem outrageous, I guess, on the face of it, but having spoken a little bit further, it seems that for several of these businesses, the fees are a bit of a hurdle, that they're not necessarily recouping the amount in terms of the fees that they're having to pay out, but they are prepared to support this initiative effectively for the feel of the downtown core during the summer, which is clearly nice. And I don't know that, like having spoken to some of my colleagues, I'm not sure there is an issue necessarily if there is an administrative or application fee that maybe isn't problematic, which perhaps could cover the cost of the staff time on this, but maybe the waiving of the fees for the purposes of having to rent the actual barriers could be waived. So I'm in support of us doing what we can to help these businesses who've had a pretty tough few years.
Further comments? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I know that there's work ongoing related to our overall patio policy in terms of location of the patio and the safety features we need and all those kind of things. I'm wondering if our CAO can perhaps give us a sense of when we're expecting that back to council. And then I'll have a follow-up after that.
CAO, please.
So this is certainly a report that staff are putting their minds to or have started already to put their minds to. As we noted, it does cut across multiple departments, so legislative services as well as operations under infrastructure and development. My recollection is that we had agreed to bring back a report in Q1 of this year, but I'll double check on that. I don't anticipate it to be prior to council making a budget decision, if that's if that's what you're hoping for.
Councillor, please.
Yeah, sorry, and just to kind of follow up, this is more of a statement, I guess, but I would be in favor certainly of reducing the rental fees or eliminating the rental fee portion of it. One of the concerns I have a little bit is if this year we waive the fees completely, then there might be an expectation that that's ongoing. And I'd like a little bit of clarity that I think this year, for ease of bringing the patios back, getting them built, showing our support for that in our downtown core, we're willing to just waive the fees, but that going forward, there may be a review of some elements of it, just as a clear message to the community. I wouldn't want someone to expect that there's going to be no application fee at all. I would think that might be a little bit unfair, but I think certainly this year I'm prepared to just do what we can to support them and to get them back on the street.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I have a similar opinions to Councillor Blackwell, and we change policies and check and adjust as things go on. I don't have any expectation, and I don't think that anybody should, that we wouldn't be tweaking this going forward. I just think that, we made some choices, or some choices were made as far as the policy that's existing in place, and we may find that they might have been a little more than were required. I also think that the downtown of Kincardine, and hopefully someday the downtown of Tiverton to a greater extent than it is now, they're like the community spaces within the town. And even if you're not patronizing one of these businesses down there, this kind of helps to set an environment downtown that makes it more welcoming for everybody who's down there, whether you're eating there or not. So it's a benefit that is realized by more than just the businesses for whom this would be directly applicable. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Roxana, for putting a report together on January the 10th. This whole thing looks like it's going to cost, if we decided to waive everything, we lose about $6,500 in revenue and something else. I mean, it's less than sort of $10,000 decision. We need to make a decision. I believe that when they came to council, they wanted a decision one way or the other as soon as possible. So, I'm in support of waiving the fees for this year, understanding this is a one-year commitment. I want to get back to them and say, yes, we are going to support you for 1 year and we'll waive the fees. And it looks like it has an impact to council less than $15,000. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, please.
Thank you, through you. I guess just two comments. I'm certainly in support of waiving the fee for this year and providing clarity on kind of what that means longer term. I think it's important to recognize that, we did hear during the delegation that some stores have already made the investment and purchased some. And so, in this case, they are maybe, by being proactive and having made that investment, they're not benefiting from this fee waiver, which is unfortunate. But it's also something that other businesses might decide to pursue if it's more economical or if they have a place to store them. I guess my question would be around, although it is a very small impact, I mean, it still is an impact, and not just maybe seeking clarity on, is there an opportunity, and I'm not sure how this would work, which is why I'm asking the question, to somehow pay for the revenue not collected through the community improvement plan or through that program in some way, so that we're not putting the burden on the tax base, but rather on a program that we might have available for supporting something like this.
And so to our CAO, is this the sort of thing that we could channel the waiving of this fees through the grant program that we provide, so that each one of the businesses that applies for the installation comes out of the community grant that we provide, or some other function? If we do permits for tents and things like that through that. So is this to Councillor Williams' question, are there other funding mechanisms that we already provide, we just haven't taken advantage of?
Through you to the councillor, so I may require the manager of strategic initiatives to speak specifically about the program details. But I might also just ask for confirmation from our director of corporate services, but my long-term picture here, the funding source is the same. So the recovery of where you are going to waive some fees for a particular entity that's being recovered through the tax base, and that program for the CIP is being funded through the tax base as well. So I'm not sure that for the decision for this particular piece, that if that's the main issue, I'm not sure that is a particular concern. If it's that you're looking to incorporate it into funding that has been set aside for community improvement programming, and you want to adjust the program details, I guess I might just need to ask the manager of strategic initiatives about that.
Through you, Mayor Craig, the $40,000 that hasn't been allocated under our CIP program, if council decides to direct the funds towards that, it could fit in with one of our programs if that was council's priorities for the community improvement plan programming.
So there are some other alternative funding models that we could direct funds, that we have established the fund, but we might be the recipient of some of those funds ourselves if we channel the funding source through that fashion. Anyway, I think that's what I heard you say, Manager. Okay. Any further questions regarding waiving the fees for on-street patios? All in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that is carried. All right. Next on the agenda, 3.3 is from our Manager of Strategic Initiatives, Ms. Fiozzi, regarding the planning process for 705 Prince's budgeting request. Manager, please.
Sorry to interrupt, Mayor. I just need to declare a conflict of interest on this item. Because of the conflict with my husband working for Bruce Power, and that this property is still under consideration and going through the severing process, I need to declare a conflict of interest and step away from the video, I guess.
Okay, go mute. Don't go dark. Don't say anything. Thank you. Councillor Williams, please.
I would like to do the same. I have an interest in item 3.3. Because my husband is employed at Bruce Power continues to express an interest in the lands, and my employer as well, the Nature Innovation Institute, may have a potential interest or impact on any decisions made around that property.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. All right, here we go. Manager, please.
Through you, Mayor Craig. So staff have been working towards moving the work forward as council provided direction on November 13th. And so one of the things that we've discovered as we are doing this work to move it forward, the need to purchase some extra services that would help us get prepared for this work. And one of them is completing a planning justification report and an engineered site plan. And this will help us be in really good position to give council some good information, but then also get us prepared for the expression of interest if it goes that far. And I know there's been conversations as well that have been happening with the county since this report has been published, but and I might turn over to our CAO for details on that. But basically, we're asking for some budget to help us move this work forward so we can get to the stage of the expression of interest.
You establish an estimate for us, please.
Yeah, so it was 18,000. And again, that's on the high side, depending upon how much support we need and how much we get from the county to help us with this work.
Okay, CAO, would the memorandum of understanding that we signed with Bruce County are going to, does that affect any of the services that we could expect to need for this project?
Yes. So because we've been working in parallel on projects like the memorandum of understanding and an agenda getting posted at the same time that decisions are being made. So some of this we are continuing to have discussions, but it was one of my initial discussions with county planning services is whether or not they could provide both the review aspect as well as to support with the planning justification. So it's just because that's not typically how applications come forward. It's not usually municipally initiated, but it can be. And so through those discussions, they've confirmed that they are going to try to work with us as much as possible to not only do the typical review, so having the local planner or the planner who delivers the local planning services do a review, but also direct that another planner work with us to help propose a justification. So we're hopeful that means there's a reduction in cost to what it is that we're asking for here with an additional line item associated with this specific project. But we also know there are some costs to be incurred, so we just want to make sure it's reflected in the budget anyways, that there's costs associated with getting a reference plan drawn for a surveyor, etc. And listed in the land registry office.
So I would look at this time for a motion from a councillor regarding the addition of funds to our operating budget this year. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Yes, through your worship. I'd like to move that council authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $18,000 for the purchase of registered planner and engineer services to complete the work as outlined in Strategic Initiatives Report 2025-04.
Is there a seconder for that?
Did I mention it from the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund? I can't even remember what I said. It's been a long day.
You did not.
Okay, from the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, RF15.
Seconded by Councillor Kavanaugh. Deputy Mayor Clark, you're up first for discussion.
No, actually, I was actually seconding it. I'm quite happy to support it. I think in order for us to move ahead, it clearly needs a little bit of extra funding. So I'm happy with the motion.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
I was going to say the same. I think this is an excellent use of that reserve fund to push this forward and get this project rolling.
Councillor Stewart?
Unfortunately, I can't support this, and I didn't support the original motion. So I worry about this one a lot. I won't go into a lot of details, but we got a cart before the horse again. we haven't even seen a new lease, whether the Bruce Power is going to let us even have the property back. Then you have to go for an official plan amendment. You got to go for a zoning amendment. There's lots of pitfalls in this. So we're going to engineering already on a new project that we might not even have the qualifications or the planning to actually move ahead with this one. So like I said, you got lots of things in that motion, but you know, any one of them could trip this up. So let's not get ahead of ourselves and start having a beautiful building being designed and everything, and then we turn out we can't even build it. Thank you.
Point of order, Your Honor. The matter before us is simply about funding, not the project, the side part. This is limited to severing a piece of property off of an existing site.
Thank you for that, both councillors. So we have a motion before us regarding funding to be added to the operating budget through the Affordable Housing Reserve, not to exceed 18,000. All in favor, please?
Recorded vote, please.
Okay. Deputy Clerk, if you would, please. Could be challenged to remember who's here and who's not this time.
Okay, so we are doing a recorded vote for that motion the mayor just read. So we'll start with Councillor Stewart.
Not in favor.
That is a no. Rory?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh? Yes. Deputy Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Councillor Hinchberger?
Yes.
And Mayor,
Yes.
sorry, Mayor. Okay,
Okay.
that is approved.
I'm not sure how we go about inviting those other two councillors back on there. If anybody's
there's one.
listening out there, come back.
I'm back.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Blackwell, have you rejoined the meeting?
Yes, I have. And just through you, I'm just wanting to confirm so I can check in with childcare. The original time for this meeting was 2 or 3?
CAO, can you confirm there have been 2 different times presented? One in the notice was 3 o'clock, but the agenda came out, it said till 2 o'clock. So could you give us some guidance what staff expectation is here, please, today?
So my understanding of the, yes, right, to you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that the agenda has us to 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock was the invitation to the to your online calendar, but
Okay. If we push through till 2, we can actually have a lot of stuff done by then even. Here is the tote board that indicates where we are as far as a municipal. And could you scroll down just a little bit on that screen so we can see the full amount? Excellent. Okay. So there is, there's where we are as far as operating at this point. Are there any other operating expenses that any councillors would like to add or detract from here? Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. This one is actually it's the Westerio dividend. And I believe there's been some discussion that we were going to get a dividend in 25, and maybe Councillor Hitchberger could talk about it, and it could even be as high as $100,000. So we usually will put that in the reserve fund, but I think in this year, we could use the money to counterbalance some of this 8.32%. So I'm not sure if Councillor Hitchberger could maybe define it, but my motion would be to use whatever Westerio dividend fund and put it towards operating funds this year.
Is there a seconder for that motion? I'm sorry, I can't see anybody's face because the tote board's there, which is important too. Councillor Williams, okay. Councillor Hinchberger or CAO, can you speak to Councillor Stewart's motion, please?
I could.
Okay.
In respect of whether or not that's a recommended practice,
Oh,
or
no, don't speak to that because we all know the answer to that one.
Okay,
The question is there an expectation that we would be receiving a Westerio dividend this year?
Well, I think that we have been receiving Westerio Power dividends for the last number of years. What has happened is the expected value of the total dividend and then our share has been cut by half. There's an expectation for the 2025 dividend payable, or 2024 dividend payable in 2025, that it will return to its original levels, which would put the revenue from Westerio Power at double, I think, the 53,000 odd dollars that's in the budget.
CAO, has there been any confirmation of that? It's pretty tough to budget, expected numbers.
so I might defer to the Director of Corporate Services if there is a different amount. My recollection based on the previous year was it was to be budgeted for the same as what we received.
Director, please.
Yes, through you, for purposes of the 2025 budget, we did not include a dividend from Westerio Power.
Not in any regard, not to reserves or operating or anything.
Correct, we are being conservative.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Second. Through your honor, where are we here? The summary of budgetary impacts on page 12. I'm just trying to really understand the item Westerio Power dividend operating. So the only way I could see us having, sometimes this is so confusing, to have a 1/4 percentage point increase in the tax rate is that I see what you're saying. We're not assuming that we were getting any dividend. Understand? Not whether it's 50% of what it used to be or 100. I got it. Thanks.
Because last year there was that amount transferred and this year there's not any transfer.
So what's the answer?
Well, from our director, do you want to speak about the challenges of putting money into our budget that we're not sure we're going to get? Can you speak to the challenge of that, please?
Through you, I think you've all heard me say that before. I don't think that's what you're after at this point. I think if you want to include what council feels will be the dividend, and if you don't want to approach this from a conservatism principle, then whatever the number is that Councillor Hinchberger is aware of, then you can use that as revenue and that will offset the tax rate increase.
Councillor Stewart, please.
So I'm going to take a wild swing at this and say, let's be conservative, but let's put the 53,000 into operating funds for 25 from the dividend of Westerio.
And Councillor Williams, you were the seconder on that. Are you supportive of that friendly amendment? Yes, okay. Councillor Hinchberger?
Oh, let me put my hand down.
Okay. So here's the real dilemma that council faces. We can include that as a tax mitigation method. And if we don't get it, we need to find the money somewhere. But otherwise, we carry on with that assumption, based on Councillor Hinchberger's best best wisdom here. It will be in that arrangement, that number range. All in favor of supporting Councillor Stewart's recommendation of including 53,000 in the from the Westario dividend in our operating fund. 1, 2, 3, 4. That carries. All right. Councillor Blackwell, you had a question.
I don't have a question. I have a motion.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Yep.
Okay. So one of the ones that I'd like to add to the staffing enhancement, and this one does not have an impact on the tax rate. It's being funded through, I know where it came from. The elections reserve fund is the voter list management clerk. I think as we prepare for 2026 and the change, I'll just put the motion up there, sorry.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Stewart, do you have your hand up intentionally? Okay, Councillor Hinchberger. Okay, Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, there's a significant change coming to the way that municipal elections are going to be managed in 2026. And so this position is hopefully to work with Elections Ontario to ensure that all of our residents are able to vote, which is a pretty fundamental element of democracy. It's a summer student position that will be funded directly from the elections reserve. And so I think it's something that we should be supporting. It's a short-term contract, 1 year position.
Councillor Hinchberger, comments? Okay, so the election reserve, though I agree that's where it should come from, is based on the Legislative Services Department understanding of the cost of the election when we get there. So we can fund this position from that account now, but we're going to have to make it up in another year anyway. So that's just one of the I believe that would be one of the challenges to that regard. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. So my understanding, so it's $11,000. The recommendation from staff was to do it through the election reserve. And because we chose not to do a by-election to fill the Ward 1 position, I feel like we have a little bit of cushion in there. It's generally we've been putting aside money each year, and we actually are in a decent position to be prepared. I believe. I should not speak for staff, but I don't know if they'd like to chime in on why it was chosen to be from that reserve versus another one.
No, it's the very logical one. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. I just like to know, we talked about changes, but we didn't describe what the changes. So maybe the clerk can sort of describe what actually are the changes, because we're pretty open last year, especially with our electronics and also having in-house, and you could go to the Mac. So I'm trying to understand where this 11,000 and what are exactly the changes coming.
Perhaps our CAO could speak to that.
Sure. So responsibility for the voters list, a preliminary list of voters has been through MPAC for many election cycles, and that is changing to Elections Ontario. So they will have carriage of that for the next municipal election. Even when the preliminary list of electors comes into the municipality, there are many corrections that need to be made. And we're anticipating, if this is based on Ontario's list of electors, potentially we'll have even more corrections. So this is about trying to get ready for when a preliminary list is provided to us from a different agency, doing as much as we can ahead of time to make sure that we can make our corrections as quickly as possible.
So there's a motion on the floor that we support the addition of the election clerk assistant. I'm sorry, I don't have the name in front of me, but that's all right. What is it? Councillor Blackwell?
Yes, it was a voters list management clerk.
Well, there we go. Okay. To be funded from the election fund reserve. All in favor of that motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-6, that's carried. Okay. It is now 1:55. Unless you have a burning desire to extend the meeting, at which we would need another motion to extend, then we would move on to wrap up this meeting by the 2 o'clock time frame, whichever you would like to do. The tote board that's where we're sitting at that point right now. Can you scroll down like one little bit? Thank you. At this point, does anybody want to extend this meeting, or we had enough for today? Somebody say something out loud. Councillor Williams, you got your hand up.
Sorry, through you, I just wanted to clarify process. I'm not making a motion to extend. I just want to confirm what the next steps would be. Is it next, like what the plan will be for the next meeting? Is it like a line by line review of the tote board? Like, I just wanted to understand kind of where we're ending today.
Can I go to the CAO? It is my expectation that would be we would get the draft bylaw, but at the next meeting. But there's got to be opportunity to look at the tote board and say, well, we need to take this out or in. Like, there needs to be a final kick at the cat. Is that I'm sorry, there needs to be another opportunity to assess where we are in the process. Is that an appropriate process, or do you want finality when we have you draft the bylaw?
Yes, I think that I don't think we'd be able to draft the bylaw without a clear understanding of what the percentage is or what the tax rate is going to be. So we had only established the number of meetings up to today for special meetings for budget purposes. And so just my general take on how the process would move forward, I think I've generally heard what capital projects are in or out based on the previous meeting and today's meeting. And there have been additions and adjustments to operating budget discussed today, but there's still some outstanding items that were requested to be included for further discussion. But I'm also assuming that when you've made the decision today for those positions that you've just included, those are not for discussion any further. Those are what is approved.
Yeah.
So in terms of a future meeting, if you're going to
I'm going to throw it in. The next future budget meeting will be a half an hour on a council meeting. It's not going to be another special day. If you give us another 5 hours, we will spend all 5 hours, and we're not going to be any further ahead. So I want to encourage council.
I agree with that.
We'll dedicate a half an hour out of the next council meeting, and we will wrap it up. But perhaps we will pass the resolution to draft the final the bylaw budget at that first meeting in February, and then allow staff to have it prepared for the last meeting. But we're pretty much there at the budget. It's just a couple of little questions. Councillor Blackwell, you got 12 seconds.
I was actually going to make a motion to see whether we could stick around for about half an hour based on the conversation. Then the next budget meeting will be very short, because I'd actually like to discuss some of the staff positions that were added to the tote board for discussion purposes, but not decided upon.
We will have the discussion, but they're not going to be dragged out discussions at the next council meeting. I don't think we have much interest to extend right now.
Good call.
So we need a mover and seconder that the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the corporation of the municipality be deemed to be read first, second, third time and numbered as a bylaw, moved by councillors Stewart and Blackwell. All in favor? That's carried. And to adjourn at 2 o'clock, Kavanaugh and Deputy Mayor Clark. Thank you, and that's carried. Thank you for your hard work today. Staff, we appreciate you being here, providing clarity and good guidance. You too, Roxana. You did a great job today. See you next time.